Oh, I think we're on. Now, I wonder if I can flip the camera so you can see out front. Oh, that's all right. Let's just push that over a bit so you don't see the cradle. Oh, you still see a bit of the cradle, aren't you? There you go. It's not exactly Bjorn, is it? Right then, let's go. So, nav map. I think it's already set. Yeah. Let's get going. Feel free to put comments in and I'll try and look at them safely as I'm driving. I wonder if that's the right position for the camera. I don't know. I suppose I ought to wait till past because I did say I'd start at past. So, yeah. Oh, it seems to be all right now. I can't see the bracket now. At least I don't think you can. There's the bracket there. No, it looks all right. Stop faffing, Porterfield. 3 people watching, thank you. I'm going to leave bang on past, so another 4 minutes of riveting YouTube live content to wait, folks. So I've just topped up on this Ecotricity wrapper. Morning, AC Lem. Jonathan Cullen, good morning, sir. Commuter branch line, good morning, Mr. P. Thank you, folks. I didn't think anyone would join this drivel. That's great. So yeah, a bit of a challenge, silly challenge. LR Bjorn, Tesla Bjorn on YouTube. Morning, Hugh Griffiths. Thanks, folks. So I'll go bang on past. It's probably not going to be as slick as Bjorn because I've never done this before. But anyway, 304 miles to Scrabster from Abington Services, which is where we are right now. For those that are familiar with Abington, who are having their toilets refurbed, as you can see there, and they're sort of fairly decent Portakabin loos, but yeah, not the nicest. Anyway, I digress. So 304 miles to get to Scrabster to catch my ferry home. 306 on the guessometer. I say guessometer, that's a bit of an injustice on the Kia e-Niro because the estimator is always so accurate. The guessometers come from the days of the Nissan Leaf and the Mitsubishi i-MiEV and all the early EVs, but Kia, Hyundai and Tesla have got the whole guessometer off to a T, so we shouldn't really call it a GOM anymore. It should just be called a very accurate range calculator as to how far you'll go. Does depend, of course, on how you drive, wind, rain, temperature, etc, etc. So I get all that, but you can input your own sort of eco ways of driving. Obviously, if you drive at 80 miles an hour in any vehicle, you're going to chomp through energy a lot faster than if you drive at 55, 60. So I'm going to drive as economically as possible and as safely as possible. But also, the thing I love about the Niro is the flappy paddles. So the best way to drive an e-Niro or any EV where you can adjust the regen is to drive at 0 regen when you're on the flat. So when you adjust your foot and you lift off, you don't lose any speed, because any amount of energy you gain is invariably lost with it transferring the energy from the regen to the motor and into the battery. It's lost. It's such a tiny amount, and in effect you're slowing the vehicle down. So to keep that momentum and that freewheeling aspect, although you're not freewheeling, you're still in control of the vehicle, it's best to have 0 regen on long flat drives. Now when you're coming down a hill, obviously you're not going to touch the brakes, you're going to add a little bit of regen, and the great thing about the Niro is you can adjust it from 1 to 3, and even holding in the left paddle, holding it in towards the steering wheel, will actually bring the car to stop on regen. Gary, nice to meet you, fully charged. Oh, thank you. Stephen, good morning. Hugh, good morning. Gary Croft, good to meet you. Thanks for joining this. So, we're at past. Right, let's waffle. I'm off. How's it going on the miles per kilowatt hour front? Well, I'll have a reading from today. But since I left Orkney last Thursday, I've averaged 4.6 over 1,033.9 miles. I've averaged 4.6 miles per kilowatt hour. This thing is awesome. Right, I'm off. And you can see the beautiful Abington. I stayed there in the Days Inn. Good place to stop.
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the 4th exit.
Apple green chargers on the left. On the right, the new Tesla superchargers are going in. They're all covered. They're not working at the moment, which will upset the Teslarati. But just down there, look, beyond that container, they look like version 4s. They look a lot taller. So that'll be good. And if they open it up to other network, other cars, that'll be even better. That woman doesn't know where she's going. There you go. Right, it's going to take around 6 hours. Now I can't guarantee I'm going to have a 4G connection over the Cairngorms, because I know from when I'm listening to DAB radio it's very patchy. So if it does cut out, I will rejoin on 4G as soon as possible. I've got a lead here to keep my phone powered, and yeah, dob in and dob out over the next 6 hours.
At the 4th exit.
And see how I'm getting on. Now I will be honest, you know, if I think I'm not going to make it to Scrabster, obviously I'm not going to run out in the middle of nowhere. I will stop. I am going to have to stop for my bladder. Okay, my bladder range is
now leave the roundabout and then leave the roundabout at the 3rd exit. In 200 yards, leave the roundabout at the 3rd exit. Leave at the 3rd exit.
Is it the 3rd exit by any chance? So my bladder range is around 3 hours, which is realistically around, oh, MG4s, nice, and in this scenario, it's around
now leave the roundabout
150 miles or 3 hours. So I will be stopping for a comfort break at some point. Right, turn the regen off, which I've just done. It's just on auto, and yeah, just enjoy this stunning morning. Oh, let's just do
keep straight on this road.
Right, yeah, shut up. 13 degrees. There's very little wind, although the wind will be coming from the north. I looked at the forecast last night. So yeah, and I'm sitting now at 59 miles per hour. So I'm going to drive, which is about, I think 60 miles an hour is 100 kilometres an hour. And I know when Bjorn does his, he often drives at 90 kilometres per hour, which I'm guessing is about 55 miles an hour. So again, that's the most economical speed to drive any vehicle at, because you're pushing wind, you're pushing air out of the way, which creates resistance. So yeah, the sweet spot is around 50 to 55 miles an hour. So I'm now doing 58, 57. I'm going to set it at 50, 56, which should match lorries. So, and again, the cruise control in the Nero is pretty good. I remember the cruise control in the Leaf would give you a monster amount of power to maintain that speed if you're going up a hill, and it just seems to overcompensate. But the Nero seems a little bit more supple. So traditionally, turning the cruise control off will give you more range, because your foot can be more sensitive, your input more sensitive on the car. Lots of comments coming up. I will look at them later, or if it's safe to do so when there's no vehicles in front, I will have a look. Oh, there's something interesting on the back of that truck. See, I'm getting distracted already. What's that car on the bottom tier? With that number plate, so I don't recognise it. it a Lexus? I think it is. I think I'm going past a Lexus. I've set the cruise to 56. Now do 56. Yeah, that's a Lexus. Yeah. Actually, come on. Let's just have a look to see what's on this transporter. Yeah, it's a Lexus. Is it the full electric or is it this silly plug-in hybrid? Oh, it's the RZ450E. What a stupid name. Yeah, it's electric, so I'll give it that. Yeah. There's 2, 3 electric, 4. Oh, there's quite a few on there. It's nice to see. What a beautiful morning. Okay, so I've crept up to 62. Right, I'm going to set it for 60. 60 miles an hour, or for you watchers in Europe, that's 100 kilometres per hour. I'm going to leave it set at 60. And I haven't got any heating on because I don't need it, and there's no aircon on because I don't need it, and I have got a heated seat which I can put on if I get too cold, and the heated steering wheel. But to be honest, I'm just comfortable. 300 miles to go. Car is saying I'll get there at 2:45. But my boat's not till 7, so I've got a good 4-hour window for any eventualities. But yeah, welcome to Scotland on the M74. Just left Abington, and the next major town is Glasgow. Going past Hamilton Services, and that's about 20 miles away. I used to go from Abington to Hamilton Services in a Leaf, the 24 kilowatt hour Leaf, in order to then top up to do the next bit, because after that you start entering the Cairngorms, which is quite hilly. Hamilton Services is 20 miles away. How sad is that I've remembered? I've done this trip from Leicester to Orkney to Scrabster or Aberdeen over 60 times over the last 10 years of me living on Orkney, in lots and lots of different vehicles. So long trips are possible. So gasometer showing 299 miles now, just dipped below 300, and I've done 6.1 miles. So already the car is calculating I'm going to get slightly more range than it originally estimated, because I've now done over 6 miles, which is 205, and I think we're left with 305. I think we're left with 304, 6, can't remember. Anyway, and this has been an uphill section. I bought a new Nero from 2003. Can't read the comments, there we go. And I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm the same. I've not seen anything that make me want to change, to be honest. Yeah, no, Michael, you're right. Not a lot of traffic. Well, anything north of Carlisle, there's less traffic, to be honest. And there's a different style of driving north of the border. One thing I noticed driving down south is that everyone is so aggressive on the road, especially truck drivers. Just aggressive driving. cast a silly vote in my YouTube community post. Feel free to do so. I think quite a few people said they wanted to see this, so that's why I'm doing it. And I've done a few posts on X, formerly known as Twitter. EV puzzle, good idea. Love streaming. Oh, okay, thanks, Nigel. Like I said at the beginning, I don't know whether, obviously through the Cairngorms, I'm going to get any 4G signal. So if it drops out, tune back in, or I might have to restart it if it drops out, won't I? I will restart it. Because 4G is very patchy through the Cairngorms. But I'll be honest, I'm not going to do any cheeky top-ups. You know, I'm going to say it as it is, just to see how we get on. So at the minute, it's 296 miles to Scrabster, with 298 as a marker at this point in time. 298 miles. But a bit different to Leicestershire and London, dare I say it, Harrogate. Nice open roads, clean, fresh air, and less aggressive driving up here, I have to say. For those who've joined, cruise control set at 60. I've been driving 9 miles and I'm already averaging 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour. That will improve as we get into more level sections. The climb up from Abington towards Hamilton services we did go up several hundred feet in altitude. The topography of the road is upwards. Of course, I can't put anything on like a podcast because I'm using my phone as a streaming thing, but hey, I usually have music on or something else like that. So instead, I've got 35 of you to keep me company. You're on my big TV screen with a coffee. Oh my word! Nigel, you'll give your dog Cracker, I think, a shock, and probably your wife as well. But what a privilege to be on your big TV screen with a coffee. The secret to long drives, Nigel, is no coffee. No coffee for me in the last 12 hours enables me to have an extra long bladder range. No coffee, no tea, because they're diuretics apparently. So top tip for you EV nerds that want to do long drives: abstain from tea and coffee at least 12 hours before the drive. So I've just been into what's it called? The coffee place, Costa. When I bought a nice vegan sandwich there yesterday. Vegan breakfast roll was very nice. Had that for my tea. And they've just given me some water, some fresh tap water for my drinking bottle. So I do have water to keep me hydrated. Not that this is a particularly epic drive, not compared to like Chris and Julie, who did pole to pole, who I recently caught up with at Everything Electric, fully charged at Harrogate. So I've done a video of my chat with Chris Ramsey. Quick plug for my YouTube channel, so check that out. Great to catch up with Chris. And also I went to see Jordan last Friday at My Energy. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and that video has been quite popular. Some lovely comments on my YouTube video at My Energy, making all their products in Grimsby. So check that out as well. It's just been nice for me to be away for a week, catching up with my EV friends, and being able to spend nerdy time doing lots of YouTube content. Just for the enjoyment. It's not my living. I don't live off it. It gives me a little bit of beer money. Yeah. I've been able to indulge myself for the last 7 days. I'm doing stuff I enjoy, and there's nothing wrong with that. Lots of morning. How's the Zoe? I don't know yet. I don't know the state of the Zoe. How do I get the comments back? There we go. Morning, Nick and Andrew Taylor. Maybe. Oh, Nigel. I don't know. So my Heather garage is. I know him really well, and I don't want to put him under any pressure because most members of the public are on the phone. You know, half an hour after they've left the car. Have you done it yet? Have you done it yet? So I trust him, and I know he'll get it done. And I don't need another car because I've got the van at the minute. So my wife's been driving around in the EMV 200, and obviously I'm down here in the Nero. So we're not desperate for it back, but it can be fixed when it's fixed. But I've not heard yet. And my garage knows me well enough to go, do you know what, Jonathan, just say do it, do it. He wouldn't say do that because it's too expensive. So I just trust Conrad at CSO Manded Stromness, who's a Heverett garage. I've known him since I've been on Orkney, and I trust him 110%. So I just leave him to it. But I don't know the state of play yet. Right. I didn't think I'd find anything to talk about. Miles per kilowatt hour after the last 14 miles is 4.2 miles per kilowatt hour. Come on. This thing is awesome. I've still got 2 miles in hand. 291 miles to go, 293 on the gasometer. So let's see if I maintain that 2 mile buffer or whether it increases or goes the other way. In fact, if it goes the other way, the sat-nav will shout at me and say, you may not reach your destination, which you'll hear. So, if you want to stay listening to this drivel through the day, if you hear the sat-nav scream at me, you'll know why. RC truck, give him a flash. Increase my speed power, so you get, oh, we charge electric cars on the side. That's cool. Will I be needing the RAC truck? Let's back off a bit. No, best not. Got someone behind me. Oh, you get. He's. I'm going to pull in behind him. Recharge electric cars. Good old RAC. Is that a good thing or not? Let me know in the comments. I wonder if he's going to Scrabster. Will I need him in front? No. Maybe that's just an advertising thing, you know. Oh look, the RSC charge electric cars. Oh, I think I'll get one, because if I run out, I can ask them to come and charge me up. It's funny, isn't it? Interesting advertising strategy, that is. Recharge electric cars. In fact, I think there were some statistics not too long ago where more people run out of petrol and diesel than they run out of electricity, percentage-wise, proportion-wise. But again, that's just marketing on people's fears, isn't it? Come and join us because we charge electric cars for when you run out. Who's ever run? I wonder how often he's actually had to go out and find somebody. Interesting. Well, there's 38 of you watching. I really appreciate that. Like I say, don't feel obliged to stay on. Pop in and out through the day. And 13 thumbs up, thank you. It does help with the old YouTube algorithms. I might actually, well, it's safe to do so, just plug my phone in now. 82%, okay. I'll just keep it plugged in. Oh, right, also there's more chat, it's not coming up. Also on my big TV enjoying a brew in Livingston. Oh, thanks Russell. Guy, it's not serious. Hello, John Mikey here. Hello, John Mikey here. Hello, Mikey. I'm missing all this chat. Morning, John. It's sending me back to sleep here. That's what my YouTube videos do. He's nudging me to get the Ionic. Ionic, the wind knife, is awesome. Sorry, what are you in? I'm in a Kia e-Niro 64 kilowatt hour 4 plus. What speed? Oh, what speed do you drive on motorways? I covered that earlier. 60 miles an hour, which is 100 kilometers an hour for those in Europe. The RAC man is for you. No, he's not. Mark Jones did 355 mile round trip to London in the wind knife last Sunday and got 5.3. Yeah, with three people, 64 on cruise control. You see, Hyundai, Kia, they've just got the whole efficiency thing off to a T. They really have. I don't know what it's their drivetrain, the efficiency, their low roll resistance of the whole drivetrain is just awesome. And the aero as well, that does play a factor. So I've done 18 miles and I'm now at 4.3 miles per kilowatt hour, and it's 13 degrees. I've got the cruise control set to 60 miles an hour. And then now I can do 70. I'm choosing not to do 70 because I enjoy a little challenge. And to be honest, you see people flying past like that Peugeot, especially on the A9, and you see them flying past you at ridiculous speeds. You end up sitting behind them when you get up to the island on the A9, so they haven't gained any more time. I've seen that countless times. It's a bit like the rabbit and the hare. 13 degrees, that will make it interesting. I do love these live streams, thank you. And good idea, folks, just put this on the big screen myself. I pity your wives, gentlemen, walking into the living room and saying, what are you doing? What's this rubbish you've got on the telly? Where are you at the minute? I'm just north of where I set off, which was Abington, and I'm just south of Hamilton Services on the outskirts of Glasgow. Maz, so true. I don't need the AA truck, but Maz was successful this week in the team buying him a 40 kilowatt hour Leaf. Is that right, Maz? I think it was a Tecna, I can't remember. Leave a comment, Maz. No, it's not free advertising, it's just that I know Maz from social media, and he reached out to get him a Nissan Leaf at a trade auction, which we did. You're on the big screen and on my phone. Electric Mike, well, thank you very much, Electric Mike. In fact, I'm a big fan of Big Jet TV. I just love the way Jerry does his live streams from Heathrow, and I do the same. I put the Big Jet TV on the big telly and I have the live stream to join his chat on my phone. So yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, excellent. So yeah, it was a Tecna, 40 kilowatt hour. The team were brilliant, so we got one for that. We got Maz sorted out. Was that the same car, Maz, that you tried to buy a few days ago and they wanted more money for it? And you messaged me and I said, look, just hang on, because when it goes through again, they may well take less. I think it was the same car. Which is how you have to play the vendors or the sellers, the lease companies. And now is a superb time to buy a used EV. Yeah, love you. Love Big Jet TV too. Yeah, it is brilliant. Picking it up Monday. Yeah, that's the other thing we do with our customers. So we're based on Orkney. We have access to most of the auction houses throughout the UK. And what I used to do was buy them at auction, drive them like that I'm doing today, all the way back to Orkney. I'll never forget, I bought a Leaf out of Bristol. Flew down, drove it back, did the whole social media thing about doing long distances, took it out to Orkney, cleaned it, had it all checked over, did a video on it, sold it to a customer in Cornwall. And I thought there's got to be a better way of getting folk into EVs at great prices than, driving it all the way up from Bristol to then drive all the way back down past Bristol and down to Cornwall. Hence why my buy to order service started. Your advice to keep cool worked out. Cool. The thing is, trying to keep you cool when your heart's involved, and let's be honest, our hearts are involved when it comes to buying cars. Trying to keep you cool is key, because to be honest folks, especially with EVs, because if you knew something you found, if you want, you know, a cracking price. I'm trying to yeah, it was the same one. We got £400 less second time around. Brilliant. Very good. Doosan says, what miles per kilowatt hour do you choose to make it without a charge? I'm impressed. You've trained her well, Nigel. Susan, I've been driving for 22.6 miles and I'm averaging, oh, it's just clicked over, honestly folks, 5 miles per kilowatt hour. 14 degrees, 60 miles an hour, 5 miles per kilowatt hour. This thing is awesome. Interestingly, the gap now, 282 miles to go, 287 on the gasometer. I've now got a 5 mile gap between the two. All crumbs, hang on. Model 1913 or right. I've got to be careful because there's a slip road here. Keep the chat coming in. What phone network is Vodafone? Let's see what I'm letting in. Model 3, standard range or Ioniq 38. The Ioniq has a heat pump, the Tesla lacks charging. Yeah, it's whatever you fancy. They're both great cars. The wind knife is just awesome. But again, you see the sat nav in all Teslas is just awesome because it will tell you what charger to go to, how long you've got to sit there. So if you're doing long drives, get a Tesla. If you don't do very long drives that often, then get the Ioniq. But the sat nav and the how long you've got to charge at the supercharger is, there's nothing else like it. It tells you how many stalls are available. And we'll even recalculate to another supercharger site if that supercharger site is particularly busy. It's really good. So this, especially in the Highlands. Yeah, well, like I said, Mike, I might lose this. Vodafone does drop out in the middle of the Cairngorms, and I've not got Starlink or anything fancy like that. It's just Vodafone. But I've been with Vodafone since 1983. I think was my first mobile phone, and I've always found the coverage really good, and yeah, just always had them on contract, and yeah, 5.1 miles per kilowatt hour. I'm not going to keep doing this for the next 6 hours. I think I'll go insane if you lot don't. Vodafone 2, breaking up a bit, I'll be all the signal. Yeah, alright, okay. 4 if you're in my smart Brabus. What's the next auction video, JP? I'm hoping to do next week. And I think I'll go to Aston Barclay, because when I put Aston Barclay in the title on YouTube, it got tons of more views. Because it's apparently a very highly searched term on the YouTube algorithm, is the word Aston Barclay car auction. So I might do Aston Barclay this week, but if I see something more interesting or a nice variety of cars at one of the others, I will do that, other than BCA, of course, who've banned me. My pal is a top boss there. What is Aston Barclay? You've got a top boss friend in Aston Barclay? So, just going past Hamilton services, and in 4.2 miles, we're going to turn off to the left. So I'm just going to pop over to this lane. Oh, I've hit 68 miles an hour. That's not good, is it? Right, back to 60. So good old Hamilton Services is on my left. I think they've only got, yeah, they've still got one electric highway rapid. fact, I remember that rapid going in. I remember meeting the guys fitting that for Eco-Tricity back in the day. So, 3.2 miles. I think we're on the M74, but we're returning off to, can't remember the name of the road. The other great thing about the Nero, when it's on auto regen, it's obviously got adaptive cruise control, and it will use the regen to maintain the distance between me and this van in front, which it is doing. So it's not this turning. It's always a little bit lazy to wake up to increase speed. It waits for the road to be clear in front, which it is now. Another 2.5 miles to return off. 85. Oh right, okay. I hate to be a. Was it really? Well, I seem to remember having one before. I had my first phone was from a company called People's Phone. Maybe it wasn't Vodafone then, but it was definitely. No, tell a lie. It was after I was first married, so it must have been 85 or 86. I tell a lie. Yeah. As much as I love the. So Michael Good.
In 2 miles, keep left onto M73.
Well, yeah, it's. Yeah. I have got unlimited data as well. Right, 1.9 miles. We're going to turn off, and we're going up the M73. So don't shout at me for undertaking this tipper lorry, but we are turning left. Right, now got a 6 mile buffer, folks. 276 to go, 282 on the gasometer. 5 miles per kilowatt hour, 15 degrees. I think it forecast a bit of rain today as well, which of course will affect the range. Right.
In 1 mile, keep left onto M73.
So we're heading towards M8 Glasgow Stirling. But then we'll eventually be going up the A9 through the Cairngorms, which, when the signal's there, it is stunning through the Cairngorms. It really is. And then heading towards Inverness, which is sort of the start of the NC, the North Coast 500, that a lot of people do. So if you've never been to Scotland,
now keep left.
If you stay tuned to this drivel, you'll get an idea of what it's like. So we're coming off the M74 and we're going to join the M73.
Now keep right.
Keep left, keep right. So then the road splits here again. So we're going to stay in the right hand lane to stay on the M73 towards Stirling. Glasgow. It says 50, but you can do this in 60. But
in 1 mile, keep right onto M73 towards Stirling.
I'll back off a bit so the cars at the side of it don't get all freaked out. Overtake. And then we meet this bit of road where it splits into like something like 8 lanes. I'm probably exaggerating. I think it's 5, 4. So we'll just speed up a bit. Get in front of this Iveco van. this lane. So I've just upped the speed to 67. I don't want to cause any hassles, although the van's disappearing in my mirror now, so let's back off a bit.
Now keep right.
So again, there's been a bit of a climb on this road for the last
Keep
mile
straight
or so.
on this road.
So it's now dropped down to 4.9 miles per kilowatt hour. So we're heading towards Stirling. We don't want to go to Glasgow or Edinburgh. Stirling. Level 3. Private plane. I'm sorry, there's lots of chat. I will answer the chat later. Check streaming, settings issues, poor at the moment. Well, it's probably the signal, to be honest. It's better, yeah, it's probably the signal. 4G or a bit patchy in places. Stirling 22, Cumbernauld 10. That's where your tax things go, doesn't it, Cumbernauld? Tax office was Cumbernauld for years. So I've got the cruise control set now to 64, but we're now doing 58 because of the adaptive cruise. It's keeping me from a distance from the van in front. High definition, we're here for John's voice rather than the picture. Maz, you old sweet talker, you. Where are we? I remember buying a used 820S in the late 80s and it had a car phone. We got connected using people's phone. Yeah, so there is someone who remembers people's phone. It's just a phone mic. I'm not that good with. I've got lapel mic. I suppose I could have. No, I can't stick a lapel mic in this phone because it hasn't got the hole for it. And obviously, I'm using the USB port for topping up the charge on the phone. And I haven't got any adapters for that anyway. But I can tell a lie, I have actually at home. So adaptive cruise is good. I've got a button on the steering wheel where I can press and I can increase or decrease the space between me and the van in front. So at the minute I'm on 3 dots. So I've got 3 dots, 2 dots, 1 dot, and then back to 4 dots. So 3 I think is about the right distance. Now I've got the 6 mile buffer. 271 to go, 277 on the estimator range. So yeah, I mean, I think if I can maintain 5 miles per kilowatt hour and I left with 64 kilowatt hour usable, so what's 5 64s? Well, 5 60s are 300 and 5 4s are 20, so you're looking at 320 maximum range before you run out of that usable battery. So I've got to maintain around 5 miles per kilowatt hour to arrive at Scrabster with around 10 miles left. So it's a bit touch and go, but I enjoy a challenge, and it's making this more interesting. There's an Audi A3 with a charge flap in the front wing. Get a proper car. 4.40 TFSI something. Where do they think up the names? plug-in hybrid. It's just a drug, isn't it? Are you driving an eco? Is the Pope Catholic? Of course I'm driving an eco. I always drive an eco. Sorry, that sounded a bit aggressive. I didn't mean to be aggressive, Jack. But yeah. Do you think prices are dropping? Right. I had an interesting quick chat with Johnny Smith this morning. He messaged me because that's my famous YouTube friend. And he too has seen a slight rise in values of EVs. And I think with the recent announcement that electricity prices are dropping, the good old British public will then suddenly go, oh, maybe I can run an electric car. Because we tend as humans, we live very much in the moment, don't we? So prices of EVs are slightly on the rise. So if you're going to buy one at trade, buy one now. Or from a dealer. Get one from wherever you want. If you want a nice shiny one with a nice coffee and a bunch of flowers in the
In
boot,
2 miles, keep right onto M80 towards Stirling.
then go to a dealer. But for those that, like Maz, who want to buy at a trade price, have a full and open and honest process of buying at trade with our fee on top, eco-class fee on top, and then collect it yourself, then you will save yourself a considerable wodge of cash. But if you want it nice and shiny, and a nice warm handshake, and a nice coffee in a big glassy showroom, then please buy from the main dealer. Okay? You buy from trade, you buy at auction. If it's under 3 years old, or in the case of the E-Niro, if it's under 7 years old, it's still under the manufacturer's warranty. So if there's anything not right about it, take it to a main dealer and say, please fix it, and they will fix it. There's an ID Buzz. I saw a number of these charging out the services with Mitty Landscapes. I think they look after council bush shelters and stuff, don't they?
In 1 mile, keep right onto M80 towards Stirling.
I do think, out of all the vans on the market at the minute, the ID Buzz van does look pretty smart. I really do think it looks nice. An eye-catching van, which is good for business, isn't it? So we've got to stay on the M80. So I'm just going to go in here, up to this grand land, Ecotech. It's a joke, isn't it? Do I know of anyone in the EU that offers a similar service? No, sorry, I don't. Sterling.
Now keep right.
Kim Cardy. Do you think there are? I'm just trying to check the chat while it's safe to do so.
For the next 6 miles, keep straight on this road.
Right, brake lights coming on. If we get stuck in a jam, I'll flip the camera and just answer any questions direct. Here, my adaptive cruise is actually braking the Nero. I'm not touching the brake. I'm harvesting energy by letting the car do the braking, and I've gained 0.6 of a mile in that short stretch of engine/motor braking. The adaptive cruise is really good on this car, and I think from memory it will bring it to a stop whilst you're in cruise control, and as the cars move, we'll find out in a minute. So I am not touching the brake. We're now doing 27 miles an hour, 26, 25, 24, 23, but my cruise control is set to 60. So the car is basically saying, I want to do 60 miles an hour, but it's maintaining the distance between me and the car in front, and so we're doing 17. And as the car moves away, it will increase speed without me touching the throttle. I do love adaptive cruise. You've got to use it quite a bit to have confidence in it. My wife Ursula will never use adaptive cruise. she doesn't feel like she's in control. But it is really clever. And here we go again, after gaining speed. And I think from memory, the dashboard does a little bing bong if you've come to a stop and the car moves off in front. I do love the e-Nero. Yeah, it's on auto regen, it is. Yeah, correct. Ionic does not cruise and regen. Yeah, I think the Ionic Premium Plus. Yeah, I forget what it's called now. So the top range Ionic, the wind knife. I think the top one had adaptive cruise. I can't remember. But the 4 Plus e-Nero, which is what I'm in, does have it. I love the 4 Plus. It's got a sunroof, which I rarely use. But the 2-stage memory seats is great for me and Ursula because we're about a foot difference in height. And the yeah, lots of other great features. Cooled seats, which just blows air through the holes in the seats. Yeah. Or an 11 kilowatt AC onboard charging is nice. It's what I topped up with at the beginning of this stream. I've been going 45 minutes. On Premium does indeed have adaptive cruise. Okay, yeah. Premium, not P. Yeah, okay. Not the SE. Yes. So that's on the new shape. So the old one was called SE, was the top trim. I don't know, I forget now. So I'll touch on it. Now, these services on the left, Old Inns services, two-thirds of a mile. That's where me and James, of James and Kate, we had a race in a 2-leaf, and one was being dropped off at a customer not far from here. And we had a race, and he was using, I think at the time, Polar Rapids when they actually worked, and I was sticking to Ecotricity, and I really miscalculated, and I rolled into these services, Old Inns, on less than, well, I think it was no range, no percent. It was an old shaped leaf, and I rolled up to the cafe there and went in and bought a coffee and said, do you mind if I plug my 3-pin plug charger into yours? So they were like, no, fine. So I sat for an hour to gain, 9 miles, and I had all these workmen filing past looking at me slapping because I was plugged into a 3-pin socket. I didn't do much for EV adoption that day. Is that Christine from Jersey? I don't know. Christina. Oh, Christina. Christina works in the office. Good morning, JP. Good morning, Christina. You should be working, not watching this drivel. Don't let the bosses catch you. But these services on the left now, Old Inns, is where I had to put a 3-pin plug through a window of the cafeteria when I was racing James and Kate. And James didn't let me forget that, and still reminds me of that. But it was good fun. But it was a bit, we used to call it Team Hare and Team Tortoise on the socials. And James, I think he beat me every time, to be honest. Made for interesting videos. You can still watch that on James's channel. Hi Christina, thanks for getting us the leaf. Oh, you see, you're even chatting amongst yourselves. There's Maz. Christina is on the stream. 46 if you're watching. It's been going 54 minutes. Hey ho. If I see any interesting EVs on the way, I'll give them a shout out as well. We passed a car transport earlier, didn't we? Right, back up to 5 miles per kilowatt hour, folks. 262 miles to go. 271 on the gasometer. I've got 9 miles in hand. Oh yeah, but you're
In
only
2
doing,
miles, keep right onto M80 towards Perth.
you're only doing 60 miles an hour. I can't go any faster. I'm in traffic. I don't want to go any faster. And it's choice at the end of the day. It's a choice whether you get an EV. It's a choice about how fast you want to drive. But you know what? there's not a massive difference between 70 and 60 in arriving at a destination in this sort of traffic, but there is a massive difference in consumption of your electrons. So if you can, and if you want to, and if you want to see 5.1 miles per kilowatt hour, which is what I'm seeing now, then set the cruise at 60 miles an hour and do 53 because of traffic. Right, the cruise is going to pick up now because the van's moved over, and I'm now doing 60 again. I'm on the N80 heading north. If you've just joined, I'm heading up to Scrabster to get home to be on my 7 o'clock boat. So I've got lots of time.
In 1
you
mile,
watched the race
keep right
before
onto
last night,
M80 towards Perth.
So that was from, goodness me, that was 2018, the race in my 40 kilowatt hour Leaf against an Ionic and against James. What was James driving? What was James in? I think he was in a Leaf. Can't remember now. Yeah, I think he was in a Leaf. And they all beat me because of Rapid Gate. That's when Rapid Gate became a bit of a hashtag. And when I got back and I did that video, Nissan actually rang me. I had a conference call with the engineers down in Oxford somewhere, saying, "Oh, there must be something wrong with your car." No, you just didn't fit thermal management, you numpties. Never heard from them again. And of course, everyone now knows it is a thing.
Now keep right.
So heading towards Perth and Stirling on the M80, and this Range Rover in front can't make his mind up where he's going. There we go.
Keep straight on this road.
I will. So I'm using Kia's sat-nav. I usually use Android Auto with Google Maps because that will tell me of any traffic hold-ups. But I'm sticking with Mrs. Kia today. And to be honest, it's not that bad. It probably needs updating, which I know you can do with a USB stick, because there's one bit of the A9 Berrydale Braes where there's a new bit of road and it doesn't see it on the Kia sat-nav. It just says, "Please rejoin the highway." But you'll see that later if you want to stay on that long. Another 11 miles to Perth, which is where I used to charge up as well, Broxton Park and Ride. James was in a 24 kilowatt hour old shape. Yeah, that's it. Or was it a 30? I can't remember now. Just knock a couple of off those speeds. Yeah, you're quite right. You're quite right, Nigel. It reminds me of Concorde. Perhaps someone can Google this. The flight from London to New York on Concorde back in the day when it was flying, I think it was something like, was it 4 hours? And yet the flight from London to New York now on any other sort of normal jets is something like 8 hours. But no one's come out, arms flailing in the air, saying, "Oh my word, it takes so long to get to New York now." Everyone just accepts it. And as tragic as that accident was with Concorde, it just sort of shows that we just need to change our thinking sometimes when it comes to travel times. And obviously there's no demand to get to New York in 4 hours. Well, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. Will someone Google, please, how long the flight was from London to New York? In Concorde, on Concorde. But in today's times, I'm sure it's something like 8 hours now, or it might be 6, can't remember. But it's definitely slower now than it was on Concorde. And that's my thing, you know, sit at 60, you'll save so much energy in a petrol, a diesel or an EV and still get to your destination at a reasonable time. Those extra 10 miles an hour make little or no difference on your arrival time. And if you're in no rush, like me today, I've got to be on the boat, at the boat for around 6 o'clock. Sales at 7, so I've got to be there at 6 at the latest. I've got loads of time. The car's saying I'll get there at 2:30. So I've got this massive window, and I don't need to race at breakneck speed to get there, because I'll just sit around waiting for the boat. There you go, rant over. Right, oh hang on, I'm missing the chat. Was it 30? Good morning, any news on Three Bridges Cafe Tom Martin? I don't know, it was shut, wasn't it? 4 hours, is that what it was? Yeah, well, in the 60 kilowatt hour, you won't experience rapid gate because you probably won't be doing more than 3 rapids. It's the 3rd rapid with the Leaf where you'll get throttled. Always the 3rd rapid. Our Leaf, I'm guessing you got a realistic range of 210. So you leave, you stop at, let's say, 200 miles, rapid charge, and that will be fine. You drive another 200 miles, you'll then stop and do the 2nd rapid charge, that will be okay. Do another 200 miles, stop and do the 3rd charge, that's when you'll be throttled. So with a bigger battery, the throttling in the Leaf is not such an issue because you've got a bigger battery to start with, if you start with a full battery. Which is what probably Nissan thought all along. Probably Nissan didn't expect people to do long drives in EVs. Probably didn't think it'd be a thing. Google Conquers 2 hour 52. And it's normal for 8 hours. There you go. 2 hours 52. But do you hear anybody saying, oh no, it's terrible, we can't get to New York until 6 hours later? You don't. Everyone's just accepted it. Wow. I suppose with video conferencing and the necessity for businessmen to get to New York in 2 hours 52 minutes for a business meeting, it's not there anymore because we just all use Teams, don't we, or Skype or whatever. And that whole face-to-face meeting with other businessmen to do deals, it's not a thing anymore, is it? Mark, 4.6 on a huge road trip, efficiency, wind knife, yeah. Well, the wind knife, or any Kia or Hyundai is great for efficiency, except the new Ioniq 5, which is a big bus. 275, that's impressive, nice. Yeah. Zoom face-to-face exit, yeah, it's right. You're quite right. Hey, got some nice mountains in front now, folks. Getting into proper bits of Scotland now. Got mountains to my right. Got Volkswagen Caddy in front, TDI. Nice. Oh, Nero! That is a 2 trim because it hasn't got the chrome bits at the bottom of the doors. Yes, I'm that much of a nerd. It hasn't got the chrome bits around the windows. So I think that's a 2 trim with the new badges. Probably a 64 kilowatt hour. I think they dropped the 39 in 2020, I think. Can't remember now. What a beautiful day. Nice thing about coming south of Orkney is we get a tree fix because we haven't got many trees on Orkney. So even on the motorway, I can appreciate the green trees. Sucking in carbon dioxide and pumping out oxygen for us to breathe. Perth, 36 miles. Although, yeah, we're coming up to an island in 5 miles, which is still the A9. But probably another 30 minutes before we get to Perth, which is near, there's an Ionity at Perth I used to use, called something Triangle, Perth Triangle, can't remember. Hi Dad, it's Jack. Jack. So Jack on the chat, folks, is my son who does my amazing thumbnails. So say hello to my son Jack. If you're a YouTuber and you want some thumbnails doing, he is brilliant. I just haven't got the ability to cut out shapes and put fancy wording in. You can probably tell the last 2 or 3 videos I've done myself, and they're poor compared to the ones that look a bit nicer. And that's the work of my son Jack. Tim's Travels. Hi Jack. Thanks Tim. Tim as well, good friend of mine, lives in Tain. Check out his YouTube channel called Tim's Travels. And I love Tim's humour. He loves travelling, trains, planes, automobiles, buses, but he'll always review the toilets. It's hilarious. And he has very good little anecdotes about the places he's passing through on. They're only like 5-10 minute videos, but very nice, comforting, and you'll be educated at the same time. So I can't recommend Tim's Travels enough. BMW iX, I can't look at it. I'm at Ullapool waiting on the ferry. Nice. And Tim is in an MG5. What do you think about BMW i3 Rex 16 Reg? The range extender, it can be problematic. Reason being, people have got the Rex, don't ever want to use petrol, and they want it there as a crutch. So like, well, if the charger doesn't work, I've got, yeah, it's true. You've got that get out of jail free card, but if you don't use that Rex for months and months and months on end because you don't want to use petrol, you want to stay on in EV mode, then when you do want it, it throws up a fault. Usually a CO2 sensor, because it's not been used for such a long time. And some of the i3 Rexes had a recall on the engine mounts because the bolts got twisted on the engine mounts of the 600cc engine. Can be problematic having the Rex. I'd just, if you can afford it, go for the 120 amp hour or the 44 kilowatt hour i3. Genuine 120 mile range. Drive it really carefully, you'll get 150, 160 out of it. So, and prices have really come down on the i3 because it's no longer in production and the trade just see it as, you know, yesterday's car. But go for 120 amp hour i3. Don't bother with the Rex. That's my advice. Happily to report CPS chargers are out of action. Both are out of action. Well, you're happy, Tim, because that's the norm, isn't it? Is that what you meant to say? Happy to report both CPS chargers are out of action. Don't get me started on Charge Place Scotland, Tim. You're right for a charge, mate. I'm sure you will be, because Tim's got the MG5 with a 61 kilowatt hour battery in. So again, you know, I'd honestly think around 60 kilowatt hour size batteries is the sweet spot for most people. So you're not so reliant on rapids. The only time I use a rapid is when I'm doing these trips, and even then, leaving my hotel at Abington on 100%, I'm hoping to not have to stop after 300 miles. Stop to charge. I will stop for my bladder. But I think at the minute, with the technology in batteries, I think 300 mile range, 60 odd kilowatt hour size.
In 1 mile, leave the roundabout at the second exit.
Is the sweet spot. With CPS repeating the ecotricity debacle. No. Charge Place Scotland just poor, full stop. Ecotricity, at least if there was no connection, they'd default to free vend. But Charge Place Scotland, if there's no comms, they will not dispense electricity if it's working, and it's so frustrating. But, some of them have got to have what's called a white list, where it can store the details and then build the mothership later on that day. But if there's no comms, it's still not good. Right, I'm going to shut up for a minute and concentrate. There's an island coming up.
Leave at the second exit.
So we're heading for Perth on the A9. So I'm going to press the circle on the steering wheel. I'm going to pull the left-hand paddle for a bit of regen. And get ready with the right-hand paddle to take the regen off. Right, there's nothing coming. Take the regen off, squeeze the throttle. I gained half a mile then. This is what you can do on a long trip.
Now leave the roundabout.
When you want to keep your brain active, is don't touch the brakes, use the flappy paddle.
Keep straight on this road.
I gained half a mile of range just in losing speed towards that island. Funny. Hit resume on the cruise. It's going to slowly go back up to 60 as I'm following this way. So this is the A9 to Inverness. 25 miles to the next island. It's the norm. It is. 42 of you watching. I'm amazed that after 1 hour and 11 minutes, I've still got 42 people watching. It's fantastic. I didn't think I'd find much to talk about, but you know me, gift of the gab and all that. So can you spot anything on the horizon, folks? Let's just see if you can see anything on your big tellies. Come on, who's going to be the first to state the obvious? What's on the horizon? Quick, before they disappear off to the left. This is great YouTube content. I think I detect a note of sarcasm, Adrian, but thank you for watching. So they've gone beyond the trees, so massive wind turbines, of which Scotland has just a few. So for those that don't know, there's a YouTuber called Bjorn. I think it's called Tesla Bjorn, I can't remember. But he's a Oriental gentleman that lives in Norway that does crazy drives in EVs, in press cars, to really get real world data on its efficiency and its range and its rapid charging speeds and how many banana boxes can you fit in the boot. It's it can be a bit juicy in his language sometimes, but he knows his stuff, and he has a raft of cameras in his cars. He does a live stream similar, and I say that in inverted commas, similar to this. He does it far better than me, and then he posts it as a YouTube video and edits it and stuff. But this is just me doing a live stream. Doesn't fill you with confidence, JP. Yeah, well, Tesla supercharger, so yeah, lock your CPS. I haven't sent my card. That just sounds like CPS. I'm sorry, Michael. Yeah, so what I'd aim for is, so check out Offspray. So there's an Offspray rapid, there's two rapids in Pitlochry, about a mile south of Pitlochry, so it's sort of the wrong way if you're going north, but they're really good. And yeah, the Tesla superchargers in Inverness. So in your ID3, you should, if you get a really high state of charge in Inverness on the Tesla superchargers, you should get up to Scrabster okay if you take it steady. You should be fine. I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, you could try. Well, the other place to stop, of course, is on the way up, which is where I'm going to stop today, I think, for some lunch, is a place called Storehouse, which is just over a bridge on the A9, north of Tain, and around a place called Well, it's near Scenic services. You have to say it as if you've got a phlegm in your throat. Hang on, that's a 3-hour ferry crossing. What's a 3-hour ferry crossing? I'm actually talking about Tim. Oh, sorry, I'm butting into the conversation. Bring your beautiful blue skies back up with you. I'll try. What was I saying? Yeah, the storehouse has got 2 Tesla destination chargers. Lovely place to eat. And the one with the white sign is obviously for any EV, but it only gives you 3 kilowatts. I think the storehouse have limited it, but it's better than nothing. And the rest, there's plenty of CPS charges, but like I said, you really need the card. You could download the app, and if there's a good 4G signal, I'm told the app will work. The other thing you can use is WorldPay. Now, if you Google Charge Place Scotland WorldPay, it's another way of paying for a charge. I've never used it, but with the debacle recently, a lot of people said on various forums that if you use WorldPay, it's a lot easier, but they will take like a holding payment. But worst case, so get that in your mind, Michael, in your ID3. For Charge Place Scotland, try and find a WorldPay app or mark it on a browser. Shouldn't be like that in 2024, but it just is with Charge Place Scotland. It's a debacle. It's ridiculous. Lovely meeting you at the weekend, Jonathan. Thank you, Phil. We'll be using it. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's brilliant. Service recommend safe journey. Thank you, Tim. Just about 3 hours. Well worth the explore. Drive to Ullapool. It's beautiful. It is West Coast. West Coast of Scotland is stunning. I went to an EV event or a counter show at Gairloch. On that drive down the A9, down the side of Loch Ness, I think. The geography's not brilliant. But Gairloch, the drive to Gairloch was gorgeous. I think I've got that on one of my playlists on my YouTube channel on EV drives. The Gairloch, the scenery was stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. I remember parking up and walking through this wooded area because I could see a loch the other side, and got into this clearing, and it just took my breath away. The mist was halfway up the mountains. The loch was like glass. It was just, it looked, if I'd taken a picture, you would have thought I'd done some Photoshop. It was just breathtaking, and I think that came across in the video. I think it's called Gairloch Inverness and Leaf or something, but that was just stunning. You know, it's one of those moments in your life where you just soak it in, and it was just breathtaking. It really was. So yeah, can't recommend the West Coast enough. After, of course, you've been to Orkney and geeked out, so you've been up to how many miles per kilowatt hour? At the minute, we've been climbing 4.7 is the current miles per kilowatt hour. Giles and I are wondering where you are currently. I'm about 10 miles from Perth. I'm guessing that could be Giles' wife. Emily, I think. Yes, hello Emily. Thanks for joining this drivel. And you can't, if you and Giles have got the day off, why on earth are you watching this drivel? You should be doing something more interesting, unless you're housebound with a broken leg or it's pouring down rain outside. Right, I'll give you an update. 240 miles to go and 246 on the gasometer. We've been climbing, but I've still got 6 miles in hand. And I've done 66.6 miles, and we've been driving for 1 hour 23 minutes, and my bladder's fine. Update on the bladder range. I'm fine. Really wanted to know that, didn't you? So while it's safe to do so, or flip the camera. So that's my secret weapon, folks, courtesy of Shoreham Auctions, is a little metal flask filled with some fresh Abington water. So that is going to be my hydration for the trip, is water, but no tea and coffee over the last 12 hours. Hi Emily. Whiskey. I don't think whiskey would hydrate you much. It certainly wouldn't be good to drive and have alcohol. In fact, in Scotland, for you southerners, there's an EQC. Quite like the look of them. Anyway, in Scotland there is 0 allowed limits for driving alcohol. You cannot, if you've got any trace of alcohol, you'll get a fine. So there's no level. You can't have so many milligrams and you're okay, so many milligrams over. No, it's just 0, which I think personally is a good thing. So yeah, I'll have an alcohol-free lager or something if I fancy, but to be honest, I think if you can't do without a drink, maybe you've got a bit of a problem. So yeah, I don't have any alcohol if I'm going to do a drive the next day, because it can stay in your bloodstream, and obviously won't drink while I'm driving. That was really, I went all really serious then, didn't it? I didn't mean to be serious about your suggestion. I thought it might be an emergency. Ioniq 5. Yeah, I like the Ioniq 5. Beautiful looking car, great tech, but massive wheels and not particularly efficient, probably because of those massive wheels. Which is why, of course, BMW on the i3 went for those tall, thin, skinny tyres for the maximum efficiency and the carbon fibre chassis. They had it right with the i3, but BMW, I think they've really, really lost their way. And they just want to make all their EVs and to look like normal cars. I think the i3 will go down as a bit of a classic. I would have had an i3 as a second car if it had electric memory seats, but it doesn't. And the last thing I want is to have Mrs. P complaining that she has to pump the seat up every time she gets in after I've been in it, because of the difference in height. So it's almost an essential for me and Ursula. We're in a fortunate position to be able to insist we have a car with electric memory seats, because it works out for a happy marriage. He's having breakfast, and then we're off for a walk. Okay. Oh, sorry, Emily, you're having breakfast. Are you planning a comfort stop? I am, as and when my weather dictates. I'm thinking of stopping at a really called the Storehouse, which is, I keep wanting to say Keswick Bridge, but I don't think it is Keswick Bridge. Tim will probably tell me, but it's near Scenic Services. You just go over a bridge, turn right, and it's like half a mile up the road on the right. Really nice eatery, a bit like T-Bay, proper food. So I'll stop there for something to eat, and if I have a nice big meal about 1 o'clock-ish, 12-ish, then I won't eat again till tomorrow. I'll just have a snack on the boat later, because I don't want to eat too much on the boat in case it's rough on the sea. Bladder range is a major concern here. It is for us all when of a certain. Cromarty Bridge, thank you Tim. Cromarty Bridge. So just go over Cromarty Bridge and turn right, and that's where I'm planning on stopping for a bite to eat. Storehouse of Foolish, pronounced fowls. See, Tim is there to correct my pronunciation. Storehouse of Foolish, pronounced fowls. Storehouse of Fowls. See, I don't know whether Tim's winding me up now, and I'm saying it totally wrong, and it should be said another way. I won't put it past him. Fish and chips in Goldsby. Okay. No touch screen is very old too. No touch screen is very old too. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not tuned into that bit. Oh, I can smell somebody's brakes. Must be somebody braking for that petrol station. Storehouse of Fowls. Is it really Fowls? You're pronouncing it spot on. Fowls, as in guinea fowl. I can't see your comment, Michael Good. It's gone all very light grey. I can't see what you're saying. I don't know why. I'm pronouncing it spot on. I don't trust him. I think he's winding me up. He's a very, very good friend, and I won't put it past him to make me say something the wrong way. I'm going to stop at the Storehouse of Fowls. I don't believe him. Day up here. Is it like where you are? Oh, hang on. Planning 3-day drive from Rugby to Scrabster. Stopping overnight at Perth and Pitlochry using Tesla chargers at Larkhill. Yeah, it was really nice. Really impressed with that Inverness. Make sure you've got the Tesla app. I tried to use my bank card at Larkhill Tesla chargers, and it wouldn't read it. There was a communication error. But the Tesla app for non-Teslas was absolutely brilliant. Just make sure you set the app up and put your card against it. I put my card against it 6 months ago and kept my eye on it, and nothing untoward happened. But it works seamlessly. Oh, you got that. Have you got your bank card in the Tesla app as a payment? What's the word? Set up. Is the payment ready to set up? Because I had the app for a while and didn't put a card against it, but put a card against it just so it's all up and running. Because if you don't, I think there's about a 15-minute wait for it to accept a new card before it'll allow you to use the app. So I'm guessing you put your card against it. Oh, and you stayed at the Westlands Hotel. That's right. That's where I did a video, and I can't remember the chap's name. Westlands Hotel in Pitlochry, lovely hotel. Not the cheapest, but beautifully clean, I tell you. Breakfasts were to die for. Lovely, lovely hosts. But he's got something like 8 fast chargers with, which at the time were free to use. I did say to him, I said, you really ought to, ask £5 or £10 or something, because most EV drivers will not mind paying for the electricity or paying for the use of the considerable investment he's put in place. Again, I've done a video about the Westlands Hotel in Pitlochry. I did say to him when I did the video, I said, I've put this on my YouTube channel, other people will see it and will want to come and stay at yours. Because that's the key. It's destination charging is the future. It really is. And I think hotels really need to wake up. We're on a holiday. The Westlands is worth it. Yeah, true. If you're on holiday, don't try and skimp. But honestly, you'll be well impressed, Michael. Everything is spotless. It's as it should be, but it's a very, very nice hotel. And Pitlochry's nice. Me and Tim have had a curry in Pitlochry and chips, and it's a nice place to walk around. Because there are some charge place Scotland Rapids in Pitlochry car park, but again, you can never really guarantee they're going to work. But when Charge Place Scotland charges do work, you get that old feeling of relief and joy, and that's a nice thing to experience. You know, if you go to all the other charge providers, it's boring now because they always work. But with Charge Place Scotland, they give you that extra feeling of joy when it works. But on the flip side, when it doesn't work, it gives you that feeling of utter dread and despondency. So if you're using Charge Place Scotland, just be prepared for a raft of emotions. But if you don't want any jeopardy, then use all the other rapid charge providers in the UK, because they just work, except BP Polar, BP Chargemaster, BP. Anything with BP in the title when you go up to a rapid, be prepared for it to never work, ever. And Genie Point, I'm on a rant now. Of course, the other thing to do is download ZapMap, PlugShare, and just get people's opinions on, you know, when they've visited and whether it works or not. So that's really good. So don't believe what these big conglomerates say. Go onto BP's website. Oh yeah, our charger works fine. And you get it there. It's probably covered in cobwebs and it's been decommissioned 6 months ago, but they've not told anybody on their website. That's not unusual. Or you'll ring up the helpline and they'll go, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, it's been out of it's down to be fixed, but there's another one 30 miles away. I can't go 30 miles, can I? In the opposite direction to where you're going. So yeah, they're the ones to avoid. BP, oh, there you go. Got similar experience with BP Pulse, JP. There you go, Michael. BP Pulse. They've certainly not got their finger on the pulse, have they? I responded to Ginny, I couldn't say Ginny Nutley. I don't think it's Nutley. Huntley. The woman that's on electric.com, that YouTube channel where there's a couple of women that review EVs, along with the guy from Top Gear, the magazine. It's really bad. She put a tweet out, or a message out on X, having a real pop at BP Pulse. And they answered back with the usual standard, we're so sorry you're experiencing inconvenience at this time. And she was not happy. And I just responded with a short video of when I went to MFG Rapids. Never used them before, so I've got some video footage that I'll put in a video coming soon. I've been using it for the first time with a bank card, and you know what? It worked. Shock horror, it worked. But with BP Pulse, you've got no hope. You really haven't. Of course, BP Pulse haven't got any money. You know, Ginny Buckley, sorry, thank you. BP Pulse, you know, little startup company, not a lot of money. You know, we've got to cut them some slack because BP, you know, not been around for long. They're struggling to make ends meet. Boarding now. Safe travels, buddy. Safe travels to you too, Tim. I look forward to the video. I'm guessing Tim's doing a video of his ferry crossing. That'll be really good. Instavolt and Genie Point are the most unreliable networks based on the ones around me. Okay, I get on alright with Instavolt, to be honest. MFG and Electroverse's card is good. Yeah, I use my Electroverse card for the first time. I had one of the original Octopus Juice cards. I took that to Spain and it didn't work. And I didn't think at the time I could have used the app to stop a charge with Octopus. So that was my fault. But soon enough, you know, when I got back, requested a new card, and the new card came through, and that works fine. I think some of the early Juice cards were a bit unreliable, or they've updated their system or something. But the Electroverse card from Octopus is great, and I'll try and put a link in the description to this video when I edit it. So if you're with Oxbridge, you get the card, you get some, I think you get £5 credit to your account for charging if you use my referral. You get £5 and I get £5, something like that. That was an EQC just gone past. Good morning from Colorado. Oh my word. Good morning from Colorado. It is 10 AM here. What time is it in Colorado? And of course we are driving on the correct side of the road here. Let's upset our American friends. 3 AM. Goodness me, can you not sleep? Good morning from sunny Sheffield. Wow. Sunny Sheffield. Thanks for joining, folks. This is really, really good. It's making the time fly for me. 3 AM. Goodness me. Well, just a quick update. I'm 226 miles from Scrabster, which is a ferry port right at the top of Scotland, to catch my North Link ferry back to Orkney, which is where I live, after being south to see my family and also to attend Everything Electric, or Fully Charged North as it used to be called. So the point of this stream is to see whether I can drive the 305 miles without having to use a public charger in my Kia e-Niro 64 kilowatt hour 4 Plus. In case anyone's joining late. So there's not a lot of headwind, there is a headwind, but not massive wind. 17 degrees. 225 to go, and I've got 234 on the guesser meter. So I've got around 9-10 miles in hand, and I'm averaging 4.9 miles per kilowatt hour. So by my reckoning, if I can maintain around this, ideally 5 miles per kilowatt hour, I will get to Scrabster with around 10 miles left, which is pretty good. And just to reiterate, we are talking about £100,000 or $100,000. Just having a drink. I'm not talking about £100,000 EV. Used, I'm seeing these now for around £16,000. So for £16,000, folks, you can have, as near as possible, a 300-mile range electric vehicle. And the Kias have got a 7-year warranty. I've just bought this Kia from my lease company, Arval, for out of the lease, so it was, what was it? It was just under £18,000. It's 3 years old. I've got another 4 years bumper to bumper warranty on this car. So in effect, like the other car manufacturers, all the Stellantis, Peugeot, Citroën, Fiat, they have a 3-year warranty. Well, I've almost got a brand new 300-mile EV with 4-year warranty left. It cost me just under £18,000. But depending on the trim level and the miles, my car's done 35,000 miles. I've seen 50-60,000 mile e-Niro for around £16,000 that will still have 100% state of health, or near as possible, that will give you a real, in the summer with nice temperatures, will give you a real 280 to 300 mile range. That's where we're at, folks. Never been a better time to buy an EV. Second-hand Saras, it seems to have crashed. It seems a good, yeah, it's a good time to buy. Good morning. I'm about 40 miles east of where you are now in North Fife. If you fancy a detour for a cuppa, I'm not I'm not having any tea and coffee because it affects my bladder range, but thank you so much for the offer. Kias seem to make good EVs. Yeah, I say crashed. I won't say crashed. It sounds like the Daily Mail. Just need a safety net as well as it. Card. Yeah. Seem to have been lost in the ether, lost in the post. Yeah, I mean, I think EVs, they were artificially high in value. I mean, our good friend Andrew Till of Mr. EV, he bought an Ioniq 5, sold it 6 months later, and I think he made £800 on it, and he bought it brand new. That was never sustainable, and that was due to, you know, excitement on a new EV that looked great, but also on the supply chain because of COVID, and you couldn't get them. So if you can't get any products, it's going to increase in value used, and that's what happened to a lot of EVs. But then the price of electricity went up, there's been oversupply, so naturally the price has dropped, so, which is a good thing because it gets more people into EVs. But you read the Daily Mail or the Telegraph and it's like, you know, EV market's crashed.
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the first exit.
EVs are about to disappear and they're a flop. No, they're not. It's just market forces. Anyway, just to say again, I'm on adaptive cruise. I'm letting the car do the regen braking. I've gained half a mile already, and it will actually bring the car to a stop as we approach this island.
Leave at the first exit.
We're taking the first exit. Now, I've gained a mile in range from just regen braking towards this island. Okay.
Now leave the roundabout. For the next 2 miles, keep straight on this road.
So this island is near Broxton Park and Ride, where I used to stay in the hotel and also plug into Charge Place Scotland fast chargers overnight. Of which Perth Council, in their wisdom, have now given you just a 4-hour maximum time, which is ridiculous, because if you rack up at 11 o'clock at night to go to your hotel, it's nice to be able to plug it in and then, you know, unplug it at 8 in the morning. But for some strange reason, someone at the council at Perth and Kinross have not thought it through, and they will send you overstay fees and fines if you're on for longer than 4 hours, which is a bit silly. Anyway, great quality. Aye. Is that sarcasm? Either that or I've got a really good 4G signal. But either way, thanks for watching. But if you don't want to watch, don't watch. If it's poor quality, it is what it is. Some people enjoy this. So I'm aiming to get from Abington, where I started, all the way up to the top of Scotland. And I put something on Twitter, X, I keep calling it Twitter, as to the route I'm taking. And I'll probably have to stop for a comfort break for my bladder, but I want to do this without having to use another charge. And at the minute, I'm doing 5 miles per kilowatt hour. It's looking like I'll do it fine. I'm up to 220 miles to go. I've got 231 on the gasometer, which is 11 miles in hand, which is what I said at the beginning. I reckon I'll get there with 10 miles in hand. But we have got the Cairngorms to go up. We've got some pretty big steep hills which go up, but obviously all hills that go up will eventually go down again when I get back to sea level, and then you can recoup that extra energy you spent getting up a hill. You can get regen going down the hill. So overall, I still think
in a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the second exit.
I'll get there with 10 miles to spare, but we will wait and see. Right, still got adaptive cruise on. Let's see how much I harvest now. Oh, wow. 1.4 miles because we've been going down this hill. 1.5 miles.
Leave at the second exit.
Gain 1.5 by going down that hill. If you're thinking of an EV and you don't know whether to go for which brand to go for, and you've got under £20,000 to spend.
Now leave the roundabout.
I've got no financial interest in saying this.
Keep straight on this road.
But go for an e-Nero. If you don't mind its looks, it looks a bit like, do you remember Hungry Hippos? Andrew too reminded me of this. Looks like a hungry hippo at the front. It's not the most beautiful looking car, but boy is it efficient. So if you want a real world 250 to 300 mile range car for under £20,000 with the remaining warranty from the manufacturer 7 years from new, so you buy one at 3 years old, you've got 4 years warranty left. Get an e-Nero. They're great. And if you want one at a trade price, use my old business that I still give advice to, which is called Eco.
Please refer to the map.
eco-cars.net. Now, the interesting thing about the Kia sat-nav is it doesn't recognise this brand new road, and I do need to do an update, which you can do with your computer and a USB stick and download new roads. But at the minute, my sat-nav thinks I'm driving through a field until it picks up the old road. But I know I'm going the wrong way, so it's no biggie. Weather forecast is good for you, yeah. You need to lock the streaming quality to 720. Okay, I think it's probably my 4G connectivity. The primary reason I'm going to non-Tesla open charges for our trip is it's 40p and 42. Yeah, I get that, but I don't care what it costs, Michael, as long as the thing works. I'm really not that bothered. And if you lived in Scotland, you'd probably agree with me. If it works, great, I'll pay whatever. Yeah, Ioniq to 12k budget miles per kilowatt hour. Yeah, okay, yeah, true. Should we drive in the field? Is it a Kia or an e-Soul? Kia or an e-Soul? Yeah, true. So, thank you, Nigel. So, the Kia e-Nero that I'm driving is part of, well, it's the sister company to Hyundai, who make the Kona or the Kia e-Soul. All got the same batteries, all got the same drivetrain. So if you don't like the look of the e-Nero, have a look at the Kona, which is slightly smaller inside. And if you don't want an SUV-esque type car, then go for the Kia e-Soul, which is what my friend Nigel of EV Puzzle has got for his wife, Susan. Just as efficient. The Koreans have got the efficiency nailed. They really have. Well, earlier we were following an AA van, an RAC truck that said, I charge electric vehicles. Now I'm following something called the Honey Wagon Co. Luxury loo hire. That's awesome. I think someone's having a laugh with me today. If you don't need a charge, JP, you need our luxury loo hire. So I've got everything going for me. I've got warm temperatures, no headwind, and I'm following a mobile toilet. Got me into my baby, aka the Polestar 2. Nice. Yeah, the 38 kilowatt hour Ioniq is brilliant EV. It's a gateway drug to the world of EVs. I'd say gateway drug. It's a good EV and it's within its own right, to be honest. But following the luxury loo hire company, will I need it, or will I need a charge from the mobile RAC chap? I ought to have them both following me in front, shouldn't I? I ought to have the mobile RAC chap in front and then mobile luxury loo hire behind. That's brilliant. I couldn't have planned that better, really, could I? For YouTube's silly content. Well, maybe you see the luxury loo hire guys, he's trying to make me go slower, so I'll need his services. Another swig of water now. I've been talking about loos. Right, coming up on our left, Michael Good, is another eatery which I've used once or twice, and I think Tim has as well, Tim's Travels, Bankfoot. So if you've gone past Perth, Bankfoot's got a nice eatery, and they've got some Charge Place Scotland Rapids, which you might catch a glimpse of to the left. I think you can see it from the road. I think it's coming up. Well, I've gone past it. I think it's coming up. I think they've got 2 rapids and quite a few fast chargers, all with Charge Place Scotland. Yeah, it's coming up after this next junction on the left. Bankfoot. So you've had to turn off behind us, but it's this place on the left here now. There you go, just on the left, and that's got rapid chargers in. They've even got a sign up, new fuel and EV charging station. They've even got signposts, so that's how I spotted it was there last time I came, a few times before. I was like, oh, I'll check that out next time. But that's that'll be on PlugShare and ZapMap and the Charge Place Scotland website if it's working. As in, if the website's working. And as well, when you've got the cruise on the e-Nero, and I think the same for the Kona and the Soul, is that you get this auto steer feature where it's reading the white lines in the road, and so it just stops you accidentally wandering off. So we've been climbing quite a bit, but it's now levelling out again. Still showing 5 miles per kilowatt hour. And talking of a Kona, there goes a white one with a roof box. I think we were talking about aerodynamics. Well, that will affect his consumption considerably. But again, you know, with a 64 kilowatt hour battery, if he canes it with that roof box, he might get 200-mile range. But you know, if you've got no roof box and you back off on the speed, you can add about 100 miles to that easily. So choices, isn't it? today. Drive to conserve energy, or drive spiritedly and enjoy it and get there ridiculously early and burn through electrons. It's up to you. Choice. So we want choice in this world, don't we, folks? I turn my auto steer off. I find it dangerous and it suddenly takes over and quite off-putting. I've been okay with mine, to be honest. I've not found it off-putting. I think it also beeps. So the auto steer, when it's not on, when the cruise control isn't on, the auto steer doesn't work. But it does get annoying sometimes when you're driving down a narrow road and it'll beep at you and pull the car back into the other side of the line, which you don't want to if you want to avoid a pothole or something. But I can turn it off just with the push of a button. That beeping was just me not holding the steering wheel for long enough. It just gave me a polite reminder. I've been driving exactly 2 hours, folks, on the dashboard. Done 96 miles, average 5 miles per kilowatt hour. Got 221 miles left, 210 to go. So I've got 11 miles in hand. Swig of water. Now, this is a nice bit, the A9. You don't get this going down the M1, do you? Or the M6. So, this is the A9, and looking at my screen, I've got to stay on this road for 100 miles. So this is up through the Cairngorms, and I might lose the signal because 4G isn't brilliant in the Highlands of Scotland, but it is stunning. And you get to this point, you just start to chill. And as well, as you can see from the sign on the right, the maximum speed for trucks is 50 miles an hour. Excuse me, up here. So, this 100-mile stretch of road, it has bits of dual carriageway where you can do 70, but trucks are limited to 50, or they'll get fined. And there's speed cameras on gantries all the way up the A9, and they're average speed cameras. In fact, we're just coming up to one now. And you do get some people really impatient and they can't wait to go flying past a truck. But when you get to an island, the car is, 10 metres in front. He's not gained any extra time from being impatient to overtake a truck. So again, it's just this mindset, just settle into it. Yes, I've got 100 miles, and I'm sat behind a truck doing 53 miles an hour, portable loo. But in front of him, there's 2 big articulated lorries, and I can guarantee they're limited to 50. We're going to catch up with them in 5 minutes because we're doing 53, and then we'll just sat there at 50. So it's just a mindset thing, lads and lasses. It really is. Oh, hang on. All crumbs, lots of questions. Right, let the auto steer. Best charging company. Best home charging company reinstalling one. Best charger is a Zappi. Charging company to install one, just shop around locally, but all the installers should offer you a Zappi. Get a Zappi, especially if you've got renewables. That's a no-brainer. Watch the video I did with Jordan last Friday. If you're looking to buy an EV for the first time, which is about 6 to 12 months old, would you choose a long range e-Niro or Kona? Unfortunately, neither seats of wireless Apple CarPlay. Correct. Right. Of the two, like the E-Nero over the Kona, but when it comes to the new shape, 6 to 12 months old, I'd go for a Kona, because the new E-Nero is not as efficient as the old E-Nero, and I don't believe it's as efficient as the new Kona, because Kia just basically made it heavier, and for whatever reason it's not as efficient. So I do that. And wireless Apple CarPlay, it's just a wire, mate, you know. It's not really the end of the world. I like the head-up display on both on the Nero EV4 and also the high-end, I can't remember what it's called, is it the Premium or the SE? The one called the Premium. Kona has got a head-up display. I like a head-up display. I've not got that on this E-Nero, but it's not the end of the world. But wireless Android Auto or wireless CarPlay, yeah, it's nice, but efficiency is the key. Once you've been driving EVs, do I want an EV with wireless CarPlay that does 4.5 miles per kilowatt hour, or do I want an EV with, you've got to plug the lead in, that does 5 miles per kilowatt hour? I'll have the one that does more miles per kilowatt hour, just for the sake of a lead. Yeah, I would. I hope that answers your question. See, at the minute, I've got this diesel or petrol Mercedes up my jacksie. I'm like, where's he going to go? There's two massive articulated trucks about 100 yards in front. People are just too impatient. I don't believe it. I sound like Victor Mildrew. Maybe that's what happens to you when you hit 61. Depends what you read from your car Sparky. Depends what you read from your car Sparky. I don't understand. But any Sparky fit a Zappy, if that's what you mean. You can buy it. Oh yeah, that's right, you can. Yes, good point. So if you do really want wireless, you can buy adapters. Yeah. But to be honest, you know, it's just a wire. The guy above named Sparky. Oh, see, okay. Right. Obviously, I'm paying attention and I'm not reading. Now, this is beautiful bit. This bridge. If you look to the left and the right, which you can't do. Oh, it's just this beautiful river. Runs into a lock. Is it called Garry? Yeah, the River Tay. Just gone over the River Tay. There's a river further on called River Garry, which always makes me smile. And in fact, I think Bob Mortimer Gone Fishing, they fished the River Garry. If you've ever watched Gone Fishing on BBC Two, it's the most, if you're not into fishing, it doesn't matter, it's the most uplifting, thought-provoking chat with Bob Mortimer and what's the other guy? He's a scriptwriter for comedy shows. It's not Vic Reeves, it's Bob Mortimer and it's really bad. What's his name? House. Somebody House. Tell me in the chat, who does Gone Fishing with Bob Mortimer? Paul Whitehouse, thank you. So if you ever get a chance to watch that, it is hilarious. And they fish the River Garry up here in Scotland. But it's not about fishing, it's just about men talking about stuff. Because they both had health scares with their hearts, so they talk about blokey stuff and health and talking openly about stuff. It sounds really touchy-feely, but it's not. But it's very humorous and very moving. And it's the best 30 minutes you'll spend on BBC Two. And they're all on YouTube as well, and they're on the iPlayer. But if you want something to watch and you've never watched Gone Fishing, watch that. It's very, very funny and very heartwarming. Very well written. Yeah, Mercedes doesn't have active cruise control. So there will be a dual carriageway coming up soon. And there's usually signs on the A9 saying, don't be impatient, dual carriageway. Oh, I'm back. Lost you. I told you to get a bit patchy. Loose swimming for blokes, low. It is actually. Yeah, as I was saying, you might have missed that bit. There's usually signs coming up that say dual carriageway in 2 miles. You know, just be patient. And that's for people who drive German Mark EVs. Loose swimming for blokes. I like that. That's very good. So there you go. So we're following a transit that's doing 50. Now, interestingly, when it's HG lorries, a lot of commercial vehicles, car-based, have had speeding fines. So, for instance, there was something on Facebook on Orkney. Some bloke had a van that was a Vauxhall Corsa, just a diesel Vauxhall Corsa van. And of course, he bombed up here at 60 miles an hour, and he got photographed and he got fined because he was in a commercial vehicle. And commercial vehicles, whether it's an 18-wheeler massive truck or a transit or a Corsa, shouldn't do more than 50 miles an hour. So you can have a Vauxhall Corsa 1.2 petrol with windows that can do 60, but if a Vauxhall Corsa with no windows and it's a van and no back seat, he's got to do 50. No logic to that, but they are the rules. Same as road fund licence. It said road tax. Upsets people when we say road tax. So you can have a 1.2 Corsa that pays X amount, and a 1.2 Corsa van that pays like 250 quid a year because it's a van, but the same engine, same emissions. Keeping me busy before I go to hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes all well. So sell us the joys of living on Orkney. I never lock my front door. I never lock my car. It's like a big community. There's 22,000 people on Orkney in all the outer isles. There's usually a connection somewhere. So if you meet somebody and you get chatting, there'll be like a friend of an uncle of a neighbour that knows you. So there's a real community feel on the islands. And even though I'm a ferry looper, I'm an incomer for the last 10 years. If you're honest, and especially in business, and especially being a used car dealer, which is what I was, if you're honest, your reputation will spread till in the end you are 100% accepted. And that's the great thing about Orkney. The worst thing about Orkney is the winters. Short hours of daylight can be really depressing. So we're looking to take our holiday in the winter. The summer is glorious. I mean, now these months the sun does set, but it never gets dark. You just get like a thick gloom almost, and then it starts getting light again. But in the winter, sort of mid-December, the sun will set at 2:45 and won't rise till like 9:45 in the morning. So the winters can be particularly difficult because of lack of sunlight, and it feels like every time you go out in the car you've got your headlights on. So that's tough. But once you get past that, you see the change in the seasons really quick. So every day, you know, in February, March, April, the sunrise is noticeably earlier every day. Yeah, it was the first bit of dual carriageway. You watch Mr. Mercedes. There it goes. And it's 220 diesel. You muppet. 5 followed by a Volkswagen. You see, there we go. It just emphasises the mentality of German manufactured drivers. Hey ho, calm down. Followed by another Volkswagen Scirocco. Followed by, I couldn't have written this, a Volkswagen Golf Estate, TDI. You shouldn't categorise people by what they drive, but I have to say, it's just those sort of people that seem to be constantly impatient. Citroen, Toyota, Ford, Cougar thing, or no, it's the Valachi, whatever they call it, Mondeo, there you go. How's it? Mondeo Estate. Yeah. But I'm just quite happy, on track, on time. 198 miles to go, 212 on the gasometer. I've got 14 miles in hand, 5.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Oh, another BMW. What's happened with BMW design? Back don't look too bad, the fronts just look horrendous. Oh, X5. Is it a police car? No, I thought it was for a minute. Massive grille on the front. 4-litre diesel X7. What a monstrosity. Of course, you need that for the school run, don't you? And really deep puddles. Right. So, German manufacturing drivers. Right, should have stopped at Bowlrig for a roll and sausage. I've had breakfast, I don't need one. Nice views on the A9 it is. If you need a fast top up to Pitlochry is good. Pitlochry with Charge Place Scotland, unreliable. I don't need a top up. I've got 211 miles left. And my Ferry Scrabster is 197 miles away. So the purpose of this drive, not to drive non-stop, because I will need a comfort break, although I'm doing really well. I've been driving 2 hours 16 minutes and I've got no inclination for a wee. I can't say it any other way. I don't need a tingle yet, because I didn't have any coffee since 6 o'clock last night, because I find coffee and tea goes through me. Look at this though. Yeah, we're close to Pitlochry. Could go to Pitlochry, don't want to. I'm going to stop at Storehouse of Fowls, which is just over the Cromarty Bridge, because they do nice food there. And that's probably, I'll probably be reaching my limit. That's probably 3-4 hours into my drive, and I should stop for something to eat. But the purpose of this is just to show that EVs can do big miles without stopping if you change your mindset, if you drive them correctly, which is fun, and if you stick to the speed limit, which is 60 on this road, the A9, but 50 for trucks. The difference between 50 and 60 is massive in an EV. So just sit behind a truck. Don't try and overtake the traffic in front, because it won't get you there any quicker. Because just up the road, you'll just get stuck behind another truck. Yeah, I'm trying to compare with Bjorn on his live streams. It's probably, well, I know it's not a patch on what Bjorn does, but that's what I thought. I thought just do a Bjorn type live stream of me driving 300 miles in a 64 kilowatt hour Kia e-Niro, and that's what I'm doing. If Bjorn watches this, which he probably won't, he'll probably laugh at my amateurish way of doing it, but he's got loads of kit. I'm not going to do it regularly, it's just a one-off. Are there any charges at Storehouse, JP? Storehouse. Yes, there's 2 Tesla destination chargers, but they're only 3 kilowatt. So I'm going to stop at the storehouse for something to eat because they do really nice food. And I should just plug in. Well, you asked me, shall I plug in or not? Because it's only 3 kilowatts. I might get 5 miles extra, but I will make a note of it to then see whether I needed it or not when I get to Scrapston. The average speed cameras. Oh, you're having a conversation, yes. It's average speed cameras up here. So 60 is plenty, yeah. And to be honest, as you can probably see in front, trucks can't do more than 50. So if you try and risk life and limb and like, oh, I want to overtake a truck, I want to do 60 miles an hour, you'll just end up being stuck behind another truck further up the road, because this is the main trunk road from the south of Scotland to the north of Scotland. There is no other road on this side. Well, it's gone up through the middle. So just settle in for the next 89, 85 miles. Just settle in to a nice steady 50 mile an hour, which is what I'm doing now. I've done 113 miles since I left Abington, 2 hours 20 minutes. I've averaged 5.1 miles per kilowatt hour. I've got 208 miles left, and I've got 194 miles to go. Another nice lock left and right. Oh, people are paddleboarding. Beautiful. I have to admit, chatting to you guys, the last 2 hours has flown by. So to the left is where you can go to Pitlochry. Nice hotel there called Westlands, where someone's commented earlier in the chat that they're staying, and I did a video at Westlands Hotel. And they've got, I think, something like 8 fast chargers, twin-headed fast chargers at their hotel. And that's the key, destination charging. We're going to go down to the southern Spain in December for a holiday, me and Ursula, and she's picked hotels with destination charges. So drive for 5-6 hours, which I think is plenty for anyone who wants to be sensible. Plug in, go to sleep, wake up, drive another 5 or 6 hours, plug in, wake up, you get the idea. Destination charging. In an EV like this, with a genuine 250 to 300 mile range, destination charging is key. That is the answer, folks. My ears have just started popping, which means we're climbing. So dual carriageway coming up, but I'm not going to go belting past these trucks because there's more trucks further up the road. It will not gain me anything. It might give you a moment of satisfaction that you've overtaken a truck, but you've got another dozens and dozens of trucks further up the A9. So just stay sat here, it's fine. Well, I'm amazed I've still got 4G. And I remember this hill in a Leaf, in a Mitsubishi i-MiEV or a Peugeot Ion Excision C0. I remember coming up here at like 2 in the morning, and this is quite a steady climb. And in the winter it can get to like -10. I remember coming up here, hat, gloves, scarf, not putting the heater on, feet like blocks of ice, because I needed to get to in Avimore for my next charge. So this bit was always a bit tricky in the early EVs, but I did it. You know, I'd knock it into neutral and do all sorts of things, but mainly it was not having the heater on. But now it's just easy. So the dual carriageway is ending. Usually you get idiots trying to squeeze in, but I've got no one behind me. no recent comments, so I'll ask another one to broaden my knowledge. Are there any difference between the Kona and the Ioniq 5? Do you think the Kona will be replaced by the i5? Ioniq 5? No, I hope they keep making the Kona. So the Kona and the Ioniq 5, the Ioniq 5 is a big, it's just styling, it's just a big chunky estate. Looks amazing. But because it's so big and it's got such big, wide, fat tyres, then it's not as efficient. So the Kona will be more efficient. I think that it's a different model, isn't it? It's a different segment of car. So I'll be surprised if they discontinue the Kona. They might replace it with another name, but there's a massive market for that sized EV, whereas there's also a massive market for a very big estate that can seat three adults comfortably in the back. It's just choice, isn't it? Now the wind's getting up, you can probably see from the trees, and it looks like a north wind, so I'm heading into a headwind, which again leads me onto the whole aerodynamics subject. The aero, on a long drive, cruising, the aero of a vehicle does make a significant difference. The EMV 200 van, I love my van, it's shaped like a brick. You drive that into a headwind, it munches through electricity. Whereas you drive through that in a Leaf, it's more slippery through the air. So if you're doing long drives and you want great miles per kilowatt hour, aero plays a significant part in an electric vehicle's efficiency. So if you want efficiency, don't go for looks all the time. Right, yeah, so the chargers at Storehouse, I can tell you now, they're not 22 kilowatt AC. Storehouse. So there's 22 kilowatt just up the road from the Storehouse, but the Tesla ones are not 22 kilowatt. I think they've actually turned it down, so you won't get 11. So believe me, what you'll see when I stop, I'll video it. At the Storehouse, you plug in, the most this car will pull is 3. So that's incorrect. Now it might have been the restaurant has turned them down because obviously they're going to watch their costs, and it is free. About 3 miles up the road from the Storehouse, there is Scenic services. They do also sell food, more sorts of motorway service food type thing. But it's okay, it's clean. But they have the Charge Place Scotland, and they are 22 kilowatt posts. So again, your ID3 will pull 11, as will my Nero. But the Storehouse guarantee is just 3 kilowatts. I hope you got that message, Michael. So if you want to top up, then go to Scenic services with Charge Place Scotland. If you want a good hefty top up and eat. But if you want nice food, go 3 miles down the road. What I've done in the past, I've dropped Ursula off at the Storehouse, gone 3 miles up the road, had a rapid, gone back, picked her up, finished had some meal with her, and then carried on. That was when I was in other EVs. But I mean, to be honest, if you're staying at Pitlochry, Michael, at the Westlands Hotel, just a 3 kilowatt top up would be fine at the Storehouse. I think if you're really, really careful, you will get up to Scrabston. No problem, no problem. And this at night in the winter is stunning, folks. I've driven up here when it's been snowing really heavily, and it's well, I say dangerous. You've got to be careful. It does get cleared, but it's stunning when all the trees are full of snow in the winter. It's beautiful up here. And of course, driving through the middle of the night, the other thing you've got to be careful of up here is deer running across the front of your car. It's not uncommon to see dead deer at the side of the road and other wildlife, sadly. But any time of year, this A9 drive is just spectacular. You get a sense of sky, space. It's just, if you've come from a city environment, it's just good for the soul. It really is. Got a river on the, I think is this the River Garry? I'm going to stick my neck out. I might see a sign in a minute that says, this is Garry's River. There's a river to my right. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. As is soon, well, at the end of another 76 miles odd, is to Martin Distillery, which have a charge place Scotland Rapid and also nice coffee in opening hours, and obviously nice whiskey to buy to consume later. It's still streaming. I'm well impressed, despite the quality not being great, as some have said. There's the speed cameras, so don't get caught out with them. Just going past, or shortly to go past Brewer, so you've got the House of Brewer, where apparently the Queen used to go on her way to Balmoral. They used to, she either went out of hours or they shut it. There you go, House of Brewer. Now there's a place that could do with some destination charges. They haven't got any. It's a very posh place. It's like Marks and Spencer's times 10. The staff all wear kilts, and they're very polite, very correct, very expensive, but nice place to visit, nice food. But apparently it used to be closed for the Queen if she wanted to do some shopping, and she walked around with a little shopping basket, little wire basket. She walked around with a little trolley, and she'd go, "Oh yes, I'll have some of that, please." I don't think she did. And what makes me smile here, it is the River Garry. We're going over the River Garry, which is next to the House of Brewer. But you go in there to use, obviously to buy stuff and have something to eat. Fish and chips, 12 noon till 8, and it's nice fish and chips. You go to the toilets, they're not called toilets, they're called restrooms. And they don't have, I think they have like disposable flannels to dry your hands. Very, very nice. And there's nothing wrong in being a bit posh. But yeah, they should have some charges there. Now again, we're in the middle of, up the A9, middle of the Cairngorms, and it's often difficult to get an upgraded supply of electricity to do that. But they could at least, I don't know, make an effort. My last drive north was Inverness to Thurso, Skye and back into Glasgow. It was an amazing job, yeah. Exactly my thoughts about Brewer. They should have charges. They should, Robert, yeah. Oh, thanks, Sparky. Yes. So I did say to Jordan, I said, can we do some filming on the Monday? Because I wanted to get the 3 days fully charged. He said, oh, JP, I'm on my way to Ibiza on Monday. So I said, what about Friday? She went, perfect. So, yeah. She's not gone on holiday because of the interview I did with her, because it was already planned. But it was great. That was all in one take. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And the start of the video, I wasn't emotional. I was just trying to look for the right words to start, because there was so much to talk about. That's why I looked a bit vacant. But then Jordan stepped in, and I just thought I'm going to keep that. It just looks entertaining. And thanks for watching. But amazing, they're making all of their stuff there, other than the battery cells. They're making it all at their headquarters in Grimsby. yeah, really friendly company. And great to think it all sort of started in a tiny little way on Orkney with me and Robert, and fully charged. Great to see them doing so well. And they do genuinely deserve all the success they get. Okay, thanks Robert. Your signal might go now after Dalamain. Okay. Well, it went earlier, but then it automatically reconnected. So if it comes back on, I'll start talking. And I'll carry on talking because this will go up as a permanent video. So if you want to watch this back in the future, you can do. Although 2 hours and 31 minutes. If you can't sleep, I suppose you can watch it again with me rabbiting on in the background. Still 5 miles per kilowatt hour, folks. Doing 55 miles an hour. Picked up the pace a bit. The van in front. The luxury loo hire van in front, trailer. 2 hour 35. I just had another swig of water. Just for if there's any ladies watching, I'm sorry. Picture quality isn't brilliant. Well, I'm sorry. It's just the 4G connectivity. I'm just starting to get the inclination. My bladder is just saying hello. Just, which is good for me. 2 hours 35 minutes into my trip, just starting to get the call of nature, but not desperate yet. But the more I talk about it, the more the brain's going to send messages to my body, and that might speed up in the next 20 minutes. Okay, hang on. JP, didn't realise you're still on. Is this not P time yet? No, I'm doing really well. Call from my son, Dad. Petrol. Block petrol. Wow. I had to laugh as a block petrol pump. Right. A few days on, seeing all the prehistoric sites also. Oh, nice. So you've been up before, Pete, to Orkney to see all the prehistoric sites. It is great if you're into history. Skara Brae, Maze Howe, the Standing Stones of Stennis. I always like to say that for some strange reason. It's all the S's. The Standing Stones of Stennis. Yeah. And if you're into wildlife, I like to go to Westray, or you can see them on the mainland of Orkney. Puffins. Puffins are beautiful little peedy birds. They're here at the moment. They only come ashore to breed, and the rest of the time they're out on the wing, out on the sea, north of Orkney. So puffins are amazing little birds. So you get to see them nesting this time of year on various cliffs around Orkney. So if you're into history, stunning scenery, wildlife, we've got it. Talking of wildlife, we've got no badgers on Orkney and no foxes and no snakes. Yeah, I think they're the main ones that we haven't got. So our chickens just roam free. We don't have to herd them in at night because there's no foxes. Or in Orkney. We went to the Ness of Brogden, yeah, Ness is, and the active dig, yeah. That's really interesting. So the Ness of Brogden is an active dig, and it's like pre-Stonehenge, and it's really interesting. Even if you're not into archaeology, to see them actually digging and getting one of the members of staff or the university professor will be there just to explain what you're seeing. It's really interesting. red squirrels. Do you know what? I don't know whether we got any squirrels. That's a good question. Have we got squirrels on Orkney? I don't think we have. I honestly don't know. We've got lots of rats. We've got lots of ferrets that were accidentally released years ago and are devastating the ground nesting birds. So there is an active campaign to remove ferrets from Orkney because they're not indigenous. They're not meant to be on Orkney. They're what's the word? An invasive wildlife species, as Chris Packham would say. Yeah. Do you still have the hydrogen maker up there using their wind power to work? Yeah, on E-Day it is. Polar bears. No, we haven't got any polar bears. Interesting with the hydrogen, we have got a hydrogen EV filling station in Hatston that was taking hydrogen from the E-Day. Oh, just lost it for a few seconds. Someone was asking about hydrogen. So yeah, we have got on E-Day, and Robert Llewellyn covered it in a video called Surf and Turf. That's still going. But the hydrogen filling station for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles is going to be decommissioned. Why? Because the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles kept breaking down. The equipment to fill the hydrogen vehicles kept breaking down. It's not viable. So I'm going to try and do a video on that if I get permission, just to show that Orkney's tried it and we've discovered that it's just not a viable fuel for road vehicles. You won't see foxes, badgers or squirrels in Orkney, but we can promise you plenty of brown hares, rabbits and hedgehogs. Thanks, Gary Croft. Are you on Orkney then, Jerry? Gary, just said. Are you on Orkney? So no squirrels, there you go. Meant to tell you that Westlands now charge £15 for using the slow charger overnight seas. Yeah, perfectly reasonable. And you know, he has spent tens of thousands of pounds off his own bat getting those charges in. There was no help from the Scottish Government, and I'll cover that in the video. So I take my hat off to him. So I wouldn't begrudge £15 at all. So if you go to stay at a hotel like Westlands Hotel, don't go moaning. Don't go saying like, well, you know, you're probably only paying 10p for electricity overnight and I've only had £2 worth and you're charging me £15. Yeah, he stuck his hand in his pocket and probably spent 50 or 60,000 pounds of his own money sticking the charges in to give you the option to fill it whilst you sleep. So please don't, you know, and ah about paying £15. And like Michael said, don't begrudge it. I really don't. I'm happy to contribute towards the installation cost that he's had to stump up. And yes, it will take him years to get it back, but he's not done it for that. But he's got to recoup some other cost. And I applaud him. And he's done it without any help from the Scottish Government or the Energy Saving Trust. So that's brilliant. Really, really good. Say hello to him, Michael, when you see him. If you don't mind just saying, I want to watch Jonathan's video, just so he realises that it was worth him sitting down with me for 10 minutes. About 3 years ago, I think I did that video. No, yeah, I just had the E-Nero, so it would be getting on for 2.5, 3 years ago. And woke up to a full battery, and it's good connection as well. It was a good 7 kilowatts. I think it was single phase. Can't remember now, but well worth it. this is beautiful. On the left here, when that's all covered in snow, I tell you what, it's just breathtaking. So this bit of road, it's a steady climb now, right to the summit, and then we start going down again towards Inverness. So this is a climb. It is a disgrace that the road is not dialed, thanks to the Luddite. Just brought this to my attention. All right, I'll be telling you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. There's an Audi and a Porsche having a race. Oh yeah, they're German manufacturers. Maybe it's like the Borg. Maybe they just sort of infiltrate their thinking, make them into blokes that just want to. Oh, jewelled. Jewelled. Yeah, there's only certain parts of the A9 that's jewelled. But, you know, it is what it is. You can't put roads everywhere. It's as fine as it is. There's another toilet place. I'll get reminders for the toilet. There's a truck there that empties portable loos. And I'm following a portable loo. I don't need the toilet yet. End of dual carriageway, half a mile ahead. So that's for all the Audi drivers to go quick. We can get in front of that car before it ends half a mile ahead. But this scenery on the left, folks, it's just stunning. You get a real sense of space and openness. Oddly, I'm driving in an area of Denver called Inverness. Oh right, Denver's in Colorado. That van's close. Yeah, it was. Any waterfalls, river or babbling brooks? Yeah, plenty of them. Oh, he fell off. Sorry, it just fell off. It's back on now. Predictive text? I don't know. It's a whole new meaning to splash and dash, yes. Looking at you, Lakey chat. Oh, I've missed loads of chat. Right, I'll say, sorry about that, it's just woke up, isn't it? It's probably picking up the chat. Right, I'm going to have to go right to the end. I'm sorry if I've missed some chat. You see, you've now gone and said rivers and babbling brooks, and do you know what? That call to nature is now suddenly in the front of my head. Thanks a lot. Right, 2 hours 47 minutes. Yeah. Might have to be a lay-by. And this is the other downfall of the A9, there's not a lot of places to stop to use the bathroom. And this is the point where you go, really should have stopped in Pitlochry. But I didn't want to wee in Pitlochry. I want to need a wee now. 2 hours 48 minutes. This is quite a good range for me. Now there's a lay-by, but I need a big tree or a big bush. Yes. Right, we've been climbing, and my cushion between available range and distance to go is 11 miles. I've now got 171 miles to go with 177. So it's now gone down to 6 miles, and that's because we've been climbing through the Cairngorms. And we've still got another good 20 odd miles of steady climb through the Cairngorm Mountains, and then it starts to drop down. And that's when that cushion will increase from 6 miles that it is now back up to 11, or if not possibly more. So it's always a good thing to remember with an EV if you're doing a long drive. It's your regen when you go up the mountain and back the other side. Stop bragging. Flag the motorhome down and ask if you can use the toilet. Yeah, you'll probably get arrested. Here we go. Welcome to the Highlands, laddie. Think, is this the top? There's a summit coming up around here somewhere, because there's a lay-by left and right. There you go, police unmarked cars operating. There's a lay-by on my right, but there are no toiletries there. But you can't go in there and come out, obviously for safety. You've just got to pull in to the left. Toilet stop coming up in Dalwhinnie. Is that the... I think that's the little round place, isn't it? In Dalwhinnie, where you can have a nice coffee and a drink. And it's not too far off the A9. Let me know. Phil, is that the place? It's a round building, you go upstairs to have coffee upstairs. Is that the one that's in Dalwhinnie? Please let me know when my phone picks up your answer. Train line towards on the left. I think that's the main east coast line up to the top of Scotland, which I've done with Tim actually. I think we all went up to Inverness on the train. Beautiful train ride. The sun's out in front on the horizon. Have I had an answer yet from that person about Dalwhinnie? Just remind me where it is in Dalwhinnie. Is it the drinkery with that's in a round building? I've been there a few times. I don't want to go too far off the beaten track, because I'm getting really confident now. 168 miles to go, 174 on the gasometer. I've got 6 miles in hand, averaging 4.9 to 5 miles per kilowatt hour. Done 140 miles, 167 to go, so about halfway-ish. And I've been driving 2 hours 52 minutes. So you can roughly drive 6 hours in this EV non-stop at 50 odd miles an hour. Tell that to the McMeister, or whatever his name is on YouTube, who seems to make a living on YouTube from just rubbishing EVs, even though he's leased one. Tells you everything, really, doesn't it? So that awful, he's just gone and got himself a new one. Snacks just before the train station. Okay. Looks like you've just passed something cottages on the left. Yeah, stayed there 20 odd years ago. Ah. You've been to Scotland quite a few times then, Michael. Just before the train station at A889. Just before the train station. I do remember the train station. I don't remember there being toilets. What's the name of that services? Well, it's not services, it's a place to stop. Oh, here we go. Dalwhinnie, 2 miles. Distillery Visitor Centre. Dalwhinnie, 2 miles. See, there's lots of lay-bys, but there's no hedges. And there's 3 cars there, they're probably down the ditch. I'm not standing next to another man or woman doing a wee. Okay. Now the dilemma, do I stick with JP's very interesting? Do I switch back to the recent Fully Charged podcast in the gym. Decisions, decisions. It's next to the service station. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch Big Brother anymore. But I see his thumbnails popping up on my YouTube feed. It's next to the service station. Is that Dalwhinnie as in down there on the left? I don't want to go off the beaten track. Right, Aviemore 25, Newtonmore 12, Kingussie 16. I know there's toilets in Kingussie because I've stayed there, I've gone there before to charge and to relieve myself. It's only a mile or so from the A9. It's a mile though, isn't it? Yeah, I should have gone down there. Looks about 1 mile off the A9. Right, I think I've gone past it. I should have listened to you. And there's a rather nice distillery to my left coming up, big white building. I think that's the whiskey, the Dalwhinnie whiskey. Oh, it's a stunning day. The distillery is bathed in a rays from the sun. Why is it when you want to go to the toilet you keep seeing rivers and streams? Nothing for miles now, I'm afraid. Alright, I've missed you missed the turning 120 miles and pull into Kingussie. Don't take the first turning or the second one. I might try this eatery that I've been to before. I think that's up here somewhere. Stick with what you know, mate. Yeah. You're not wrong. The shot of the three of the Dalwhinnie with some fresh spring water. Stop talking about water. It's not big and it's not clever. There's loads of parked cars in the lay-by. Where have they all gone? Well, it looks like there's a walk up there. Or maybe they've gone for a walk. So that's the trouble, you see. If you want to stop in a lay-by for a quick wee, are you going to suddenly come across a family of four that, like, Daddy, what's he doing? Look away now. Don't look at that disgusting human being that's relieving himself on the side of the road. There's always that embarrassment, isn't there? I'm amazed that 40 of you are watching. It's fantastic. Any dams around there are water wheels. Now, I'm going to stop reading the feed in a minute because that's not helping. I haven't got the mental image of a water wheel turning or a babbling brook. That is not in my head. 450 yards parking. Right, you've got to make a judgment call as to whether you can see lots of trees. Dual carriageway 2 miles ahead. Parking, is the trees here? No. Right. Look at that though. It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. It's not barking, it's a being lane. There's a camper there. I could have knocked on their door, I suppose. Can I use your toilet? Right, some trees here. There's a lorry pulled in. There looks like a lot of trees in this lay-by coming up. But you've got to go over a barrier and down a barrier. No, let's leave it a bit longer. I can't believe I'm following a trailer that says luxury loo hire. It really is. Really is rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? But hey, it's been 3 hours. Well, probably 3.5 hours since I've had a wee. So for a man of 61, it's not bad, is it? I think my prostate's still okay. James Coates is constantly telling me to get myself checked. Shouldn't really be broadcasting that to 38 people, should I? Wasn't the kind of streaming video I was expecting. He's got a legit feet. That's very good. I'm just glad you aren't here actually saying these things in my ear. Look at the heather. Let's change the subject quick. Gorse, I think that's called. Beautiful yellow gorse. Oh, lay-by. Oh, I should have gone in there. Lots of trees. Now, Crewben Muck, there is somewhere you can have a drink here and there are toilets. I'm going to see if I can remember what it's called and then turn off. I don't think it's much further. Seriously, do get it checked. I know, I am going to do it. I'm sure it's down here somewhere. And you'll be able to see where this eatery is as well. So if anyone else is coming up this A9, they can then they can use it. Little bit of dual carriageway, bit of dueling going on. X5, Porsche Taycan, motorbike, Crewben Moor. Don't think it's there. It definitely has got a brown sign, and I think it says services or rest stop or something. I've really got a feeling it's not far now. Are we nearly there yet? Ah, I see a brown sign. God, that makes me really sad. I seem to remember the bits of the A9. Right, there's a brown sign coming up, and I'm sure this is the round place where you can have something to eat or you can go for a wee. It's called, yeah, it is this place, the Highland. Perhaps you Scottish people can recognise it. It's called, there we go, the Highland Gateway Centre, 2 miles, called Ryler. That's where I've stopped, that's where we're going. It's not that far off the A9, and I'm sort of stayed parallel to it, and you come out and carry on going north. So that's where I'm going to stop. I won't lose much range, and I know they've got toilets. Sadly, you do need your credit card, I think, to get in, or some coinage. But they had a swipey credit card thing. I've got that poised ready in my little fat hand. So concentrate, please, Phil, and don't miss the turning. Like anticipation, you know it's 2 miles away, but it just seems those 2 miles seem to drag on for quite a bit, don't they? Has anyone said anything? Yeah, that's it. At the end of the dual carriageway, there's the Rialto Cafe thing. That's it. And we're coming to the end of the carriageway. I'm going to take the cruise control off and get ready to whack in some regen and turn in. Blentrum Lago. Here it is. Yeah, I can see the sign. It's here. Let's go for it. Is it here or is it next to ours? Oh, I can't remember. I think it is here. I think it's here. I think this road bends round to the right. Oh, is it 2 miles or not? This doesn't feel right. Really doesn't feel right. Let's just go to the end. Have I gone the right way? Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, it does bend right to the right. Oh yeah. This looks feels better, I think. No, it doesn't. Is it here or not? Caravan sign. No, it's not. I've turned off too early. Oh, you naughty. You absolute naughty. It's not here. I know it's not. Joys of...
In a quarter mile, turn left onto A9.
Yeah, I think it's further down the road. But do you know what? You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? Exciting YouTube content. Oh, I have got some wet wipes before you all moan at me. Right, let's get going. Thank goodness I didn't have a rear facing camera. They're useful to remember. Little nice quiet country lane. And nothing came down the road, which is always a bonus. So I don't think I was that far off.
Now turn left.
I bet it's just down the road. I think I should have just held on. I just didn't want to miss the turning because I was...
Keep straight on this
there
road.
It is, look, you see, I just gone on another half a mile. I saw a brown sign and just went for it, didn't I? But there you go. So it's half a mile away. Now down there is a really nice round cafe with some toilets. But hey, I saved myself 50p. So it's not everything's lost. No one got upset. It's not there's no river down there. Trees, yeah. I don't think I'm going to kill any trees. So, breathe a sigh of relief and click the cruise control back on. 5 miles per kilowatt hour, the wind's getting up. I wonder if I'll catch up that portable toilet. So just going past Newton Moor, King Lucy. So next series, so loads of signposts for Kingussie, Newton Moor, where there's eateries, and signposts for electric car chargers, which again is Charge Place Scotland, just in the middle of Kingussie. Virgil Sharkey complained about river discharges. That's right, he campaigns for clean rivers, doesn't he, does old Fergal? And quite rightly so. But I can assure you, I did not use any running water in the displacement of my call to nature. I'm now replacing some fluids with some water because I'm thirsty. So they'll often have dual carriageway when it's going up a hill, so drivers can overtake lorries, etc. This is a nice stretch of road down here. Looks like we're following a policeman as well down that lorry. Look at this thing, folks. Blue sky. Gorgeous. Right, update. 154 miles to go. 163 on the guessometer. I'm exactly halfway. 153 to go, 155 miles covered. So 3 hours 12 minutes. So in theory, 6.5 hours is the total journey time. And interestingly, if I'm halfway, I've got 55% battery left. So there you go. For all intents and purposes, I should get to Scrabster with 5%, which in this will equate to around about 10-15 miles. So I'm on course, folks. Even I'm surprised if I'm going to do it. We've done the hills, we've done the mountains. I think it now basically levels out and starts to drop again to Inverness, and then we climb a little bit to the point of we have been doing in the Cairngorms. This is sort of the highest peak I actually reach. But still 5 miles per kilowatt hour. Outside temperature 13 degrees, not tropical, not cold. And looking at the trees, a little bit of a headwind. It's not blowing a hoolie, but we are driving into a north blowing wind, but still doing 5 miles per kilowatt hour. Yeah, I am following it, Mr. Plod. Could we have a bit of drama, JP? I.e., ship departs in 3 hours. Yeah, now I have had that in the past, and I used to sadly really enjoy it. So I get to Helmsdale, which is exactly let me just try and remember. I think Helmsdale's an hour from the ferry. So I used to have to try and guess how long can I stay on the rapid charger at Helmsdale to have enough charge to get to the ferry. But if I drive quicker to make up the time, I use more electricity, which means you need to stay on the charger longer, or stay on the charger for a short period of time but drive slower so you get there. I used to really love that whole mathematical working it out, which was a bit of drama, but it just kept me occupied. I enjoyed that. But this is not so much of a dilemma because I left plenty of time. So the car's saying in a minute I'll get there at 3:15. I'm not going to get there till 5:45. I've got 3 hours in hand. So time is my friend. It's not against me. And that's the thing when you're doing an EV drive or any drive. You know, don't leave it to the last minute. Get there too early and then chill. Do something else on the way. Relax. This whole, oh, we could have left 3 hours later. This is a waste of time. No, it's not. Just chill out. Nothing worse than being late for an appointment to miss your boat or your flight or whatever. Just allow enough time for all eventualities. Get there chilled and relaxed and not stressing. But I have done the whole trying to work out thing, and I used to find it really interesting. Do I stay on longer for more charge so I can drive faster? Do I come off earlier to drive slower to get there in time? Because I'm spending less time on the charger if you come off the charger earlier. If that makes sense. Following a Ford Focus police car. He's probably just checking lorries that they're behaving themselves. Although the limit's supposed to be 50 and he's doing 53, but they do have 10% margin, don't they, in all vehicles. So if you're doing 50, you're actually doing 45. So if you do 55 indicated, you're actually doing 50 in reality. But I know the police cars have their speedos actually calibrated perfectly. So I'm showing 53, so his lorry's probably doing 49, 48. Just to keep on the right side, I think. I'm sure he must have spotted him. The dual carriageway coming up. Let's just see if Mr. Policeman overtakes the lorry. Or whether he's just cruising. I've got 3 or 5 vehicles behind me. The first one being a Volkswagen, of course. And then there's another truck behind him, behind the 5th car. Bet that McCarthy trainers watching the stream on phone. 0 buffering on 55. Oh, okay. Oh, on your telly it's buffering. Okay. Have you run the e-Nero beyond 0? What happens when it runs out? I haven't personally, but I know some other folk have on YouTube. And I get differing accounts. Some say it gets to 7% and then just cuts out and goes to turtle mode and then stops. I think it was the early e-Nero. So I'm not honestly sure, which makes this rather interesting, doesn't it? I think there must be a buffer as well, so you get to, you know, no miles indicated. I'm sure they leave a little buffer beyond that, like Nissan always have done. But I don't know. I see, now you got me worried. What we got in hand? 148, 158. So I've got 10 miles in hand. So 10 miles is going to be, well, if it was 10% at 10 miles, that would be 100 mile roads. Oh, so that's at least 20 miles. If I went down to, no, hang on. If I go down to 10 miles, for 10 miles left will be about 4%, something like that. Yeah, perhaps 5%. 5%, I think. There's a policeman, he's overtaking the truck. There goes Mr. Volkswagen Passat. Followed by the Dacia Sandero. Followed by a Skoda. Anyone seen the adverts on the telly for the electric Enyaq, the Skoda? And the way they pronounce Skoda is Skoda. I think it was pronounced? I don't see an H in it. Right. My i3 runs about 2 miles an hour over the speedo. Okay, yeah. Watched a video of an Ionic returning out and stopped fast after the 0. Okay. Was that the Ionic 5? Now, I'm being overtaken by a truck. I'm doing 53. I'd say he's doing about 5 miles an hour faster than me. Maybe he slows down between the speed cameras. Who knows? You've got to admit, folks, it is stunning today. I love big fat clouds. Just that feeling of space and clean air. It's just love it up here. I feel like I'm coming home. I'm not quite happy with the angle. Let me just see if I can just knock it up just a tad. There we go. Less of the dash and more of the sky. Right, 45, 55, yeah, 11 miles in hand, 5 miles per kilowatt hour, 53% left. So when I get to 50% on the dash, I'll then know I'm exactly halfway down the battery, won't I? So at 53%, I've got 156 left. 145 miles to go. So that's at 53%. So I wonder what I'm going to show at 50%. I'm going to whoop this, I really am. Easy peasy. Wind's getting up. Wind is definitely getting up. Too early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. To be late is... Goodness me, that's very deep philosophical. To be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. And to be late is insert word. To be late is stupid. I'm just going to turn it around a bit so that's pretty better. Let's see it better now. That's very deep, Sean Mansell. I like it though. To be early is to be on time. Yes, I agree with that. To be on time is to be late. Okay, yeah. To be on time is to be early for me. Yeah, okay, I get that. And to be late is just lazy. To be late is badly planned. To be late for something, if someone's waiting for you, I think it's rude. Because to me, it just infers that you didn't think that appointment was important enough to make the effort to plan. If someone's late, I just take it personally. Is your gasometer linear? I know some EVs have gasometer which drops off rapidly near the bottom. It's quite linear, I have to say. If anything, it slows down when it gets to the bottom. It's very... it's on the side of being pessimistic, if that's the right word. I'm watching from the USA, getting some views of Scotland. Oh, fantastic! Thank you very much for watching. Must be early in the morning. Bourne has done quite a number of runs. Yes, he has. I like Bjorn. Trolls back at the sun. Yeah. Video thumbnails. It's proper twice. misused his videos. I know a thumbnail can be sort of like clickbait, so you can go like, yes, the sun, you were right, EVs are rubbish, and then people click on it and find out they're absolutely brilliant and can do long trips. I would never ever do anything like that. Thank you so much for watching, folks. How do you cope with the sea crossing? I don't get seasick. Do you hope it's really smooth? My wife gets really seasick. Yeah, she has to have anti-sickness pills that make her dopey deliberately. I'll put her down in a chair in the middle of the boat on the lower deck, bag of crisps or salt and vinegar Pringles, a drink of ginger ale, and don't talk to her for the hour and a half. Me, I can be up on deck, I can lean out, take some pictures, move around, go for some dinner. It doesn't bother me too much. Although I was ill once on the Aberdeen boat when that was really, really rough. I was sitting at the front, I was bad. But for an hour and a half, I'm okay. I think if you're feeling unwell anyway, it can be a bit more difficult. But if you're feeling okay in yourself, for those that don't get travel sick, it's alright. I get seasick, it's truly horrendous. Yeah. K-walls are wonders. Okay. I do feel for folk that do get travel sick. Either seasick or sick in the car. My wife does tend to get a bit travel sick, and it's not nice. We'll laugh about it, but it's horrible. There was the Scrabster boat we're catching today. A number of years ago, it left Scrabster and was heading for Orkney, a place called Inverness. And the sea was so rough, the storm just hit really, and they shouldn't have sailed, but they did, and it was full of people, full of cars. It stayed moored out in the bay, in the harbour of Stromness for 24 hours, anchored, because it was too rough for it to berth. And I just really felt for the people, because they could literally see the land like 100 metres away, but they couldn't get on it. You just had to sit there with it bobbing up and down for 24 hours until the storm had passed, and then they could dock. But the Northlink were very good. They gave them tea and coffee and opened up the cabins, and they could lie down and stuff. But they could have as much food as they wanted to eat for free. But if you're feeling sick, you don't really want to eat any food. But that was the only time I thought, I'm glad I'm not on that Stromness boat. But that was a few years ago. But in hindsight, I suppose they thought they shouldn't have sailed, should have cancelled the sailing. Yeah, I'd jump overboard and swim for it. I did wonder that. But yeah, obviously you can't do that. But to see it. Beautiful Isles. It's just started raining heavily in Birmingham. Wow. Okay. My wife also suffers with singlet, so I was posting the journey in the 90s. The trick is to stuff your face before the trip. Works every time. She never suffered again. Oh, okay. Stuff your face before the trip, so have a big meal before you go. Yeah, jumping overboard's not recommended if it's rough. So we have two ferry companies that go to Orkney. One is called Northlink, which is the one I'm catching today, and the other one is Pentland Ferries, which is like an independent. It's a catamaran that leaves from a place called Gills Bay, which is just along from John O'Groats. The Gills Bay one tends to sail longer in stormy weather than the Northlink one. So if there are going to be any boats cancelled, the Northlink boat will be cancelled first, and then there'll be a mass exodus getting on the phone and the internet trying to book a space on the Pentland boat, which goes to the south of Orkney, which for me is still a 40-minute drive. So if I get the Pentland boat, which arrives at a place called South Romsey, it's a good 40 minutes because I live right at the other end of the island. But if I get the Scrabster boat, it's literally 15 minutes from Stromness to my house in Rendell. So I tend to always use the Stromness boat. even though it's an hour and a half, whereas the Pentland boat is just an hour. So the Pentland boat's a bit quicker because it's a shorter route, and it goes a bit faster because it's a catamaran, but it's further away. So you get the idea. It's sometimes, you know, you've got to decide which boat you want to get on. The Pentland boat's a bit like getting on a bus. It's very sort of basic, whereas the Northlink boat is a bit more like a cruise liner with a nice restaurant and carpet and tables, and it's a bit more plush. The Pentland boat is a bit more sort of utilitarian, but it just serves a purpose. Stuff your face on the boat before it sails. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I usually do that anyway because I'm hungry. So when I do stop for something to eat, I could do what Bjorn does. He gets his food, doesn't he? And he comes back to the car and he just sits and talks to the camera. I usually turn off when he's stuffing his face full of, I don't know, bean sprouts and Chinese oriental food. Because I don't like listening to people talking with their mouth full. But I don't know. Shall I stop the stream and start it again? Or grab something to eat and come back and talk to you lot and then carry on? Question is, shall I stop for a top up? There's a question for you. Let me know. Hope your wife is watching this. Update since leaving. My wife never watches my videos, Sparky. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Michael. So, shall I stop at the storehouse and top up on a 3 kilowatt charger? Or shall I just stop, grab some food, and then carry on driving? What would you like me to do, viewers? 130. Oh, here we go then. Right, 50% battery, 147 mile range, 137 to go. I've got 10 miles in hand exactly. What does everybody think? Stop and have a top up? Or just press on? What would be better, YouTube wise? If I stopped and charged up with just, I don't know, 5 kilowatts, just a small little bit, I'd get people saying, oh yeah, that's a bit of a con, yeah, you couldn't do it, you had to charge up. You got those sort of comments. Or if I don't charge, I just grab something to eat and don't charge, I'll get people saying that was stupid. You need to encourage people to stop and charge whilst you eat. So which is it to be? Let me know. Do you have a bailout option near Scramston? Yeah, so there's plenty of, plenty. There's a Charge Place Scotland coming into Thurso, a rapid. So if I'm really, really pushing it and I can't make the last 5 miles, I can plug in there. That's the only one I can think of. And the other one is the other side of the bit I'm doing, like Helmsdale, is the last proper rapid. When I go past Helmsdale, I should know whether I'll make it or not, to be honest. Helmsdale for me, because I used to stop there so often, I know what the terrain's like. So Helmsdale will be the make or break. And if I get it wrong, I've got the rapid in Thurso to use. Carry on, don't charge, we need the drama. Right, thanks. Okay. If you've got the time, stop and charge and have some grub. We see, that's it. I've got loads of time. Leave it till you get to the ferry. See, it's all 50-50 at the minute, isn't it? You've got the time, stop and charge and have some grub. Carry on, don't charge, we need the drama. Stop and charge, give yourself a break. I don't know. going to upset somebody, whatever I do, aren't I? I could stop and give myself a break and don't charge. I've been driving 3.5 hours and I've just hit 49%. Use the force. Don't top up, use the force, Luke. As Bjorn would say, the sun has entered the room. Stop and charge, give yourself a break. Don't top up. Use the force. Use the force, Luke. Use the force. That's brilliant. You're all nutters. Use the force. Look, I've been for a wee. I've got some flapjacks from my mum in the car. I don't need to stop for something to eat. Here's an option. Carry on all the way to Scrabster. Get there for 3 o'clock, which is 3 hours too early. End the stream, and then go and get some fish and chips. I think that would be better, because there's a bit more honesty to that, and then I'm not stopping the stream. I won't be accused of stopping to charge up somewhere while I wasn't online. I think that's what I'll do. You need the battery space for your solar. Don't charge that. I did think of that as well, Nigel. Yeah, whilst I've been away, my wife has not been very good. Right, there's a massive truck trying to overtake. Okay, it's pulled in. Yeah, I think one day this week I dumped my 17 kilowatt hours on the grid because A, my car wasn't there. But yeah, you're quite right, Nigel. I don't want to put too much in. I'll tell you the other little bit as well. So if I get to Scrabster to the ferry, there is a charger, although it's a bit old and a bit iffy, but I could charge on a top 2. So I could put something in. I've got 3 hours. Because if I get to Scrabster on a whiff of electrons, I've still got to drive the 15 miles to my house. So just to be safe, and this is in all seriousness, I will plug in at Scrabster terminal if I go there without stopping, if I get there without having charged between here and there. So I will top up whilst I'm waiting for the boat, which is normal because I'll be there with 3 hours to spare, and I won't put much in because I want to leave enough room in the battery for the solar for tomorrow. So good point, Nigel. Okay, right, Sparky's really laying it in now, look. Stop and give yourself a break. Don't charge, otherwise I'll stop watching. I don't want that, Sparky. You're making with turtle power, I see. Oh, I love your confidence. There is a charging option in Thurso, yeah. There are also, there is. That's right. Good. There you go then. Just for in the name of science and the what's the word? And to beat the McMaster or whatever his name's called, and to give something for the sun not to complain about, I'm not going to stop at the storehouse for something to eat. I'm going to go hungry. I'm going to go hungry for you guys, okay? To make a point. I'm going to keep driving. And if my wife finds out, she'll tell me off. But she never watches these videos, so she will never know. So between you and me, I stopped and had a 4-course meal, right, in case she asks. Total power, yeah. Put in a bit of food in the port. And a few electrons for the EV. Something to do for 3 hours, there you go. That's the great thing about EVs, isn't it? Do something else whilst you're charging up. And would I have done this in an ICE vehicle? Should I have been driving an ICE vehicle? Yes, I would. I would have left plenty of time, because I hate being late for stuff. And the boat won't hang on for you. It's going to leave at 7. Well, if everybody's there, it will leave before. Sometimes it leaves at 6:30, 6:45. You'll still get to Orkney at the same time, about 20 to 9 in the evening. 8:30 really, 8:30. But they'll just go slower to save fuel if everybody's on board. So if they leaves on time, it's an hour and a half. If they leave early, they can still get there at the same time, but they'll go slower. It's a bit like an EV. Got plenty of time. Drive slower, conserve energy. But if I was in a petrol or a hybrid or anything like that, which it wouldn't be, but if I was, I'd still have left at the same time today to allow for roadworks, you know, flat tyre, anything like that. When you're driving 300 miles, you've got to allow for other things happening in your life, so as you're not going to be late. Because if you're late, it just adds to the stress, doesn't it? What's the word? Hubris. Mum's the word. The word is, I don't know what the word is. But Ursula never watches this, so she'll never know I didn't stop. Because if she does know, she will tell me off. But this is nothing to what me and Chris did where are we? Nearly 10 years ago, 9 years ago this September, when we drove from John O'Groats to Land's End and then turned around, spent 40 minutes at Land's End, turned around, drove back to John O'Groats in a 24 kilowatt hour Leaf. It took us 56 hours and we didn't sleep. That was stupid. I had the mother of all headaches the next day. I never felt so ill, and it was just sleep deprivation, and we took it in turns to sleep on the back seat. But we were 10 years younger, and well, I was. But Chris has just done pole to pole. He's also put in some massive long drives. Some people can do it, some can't. I can't do it anymore. But yeah, I do promise my wife, well, you know, I won't drive all the way from Abington to Scrabster. I will stop for some lunch. But I'm not going to. But don't tell her. Right. So this bit's quite a climb. Dropped down to 4.9 miles per kilowatt hour. 128 to go, 136 on the gasometer. 46%. 128, 138, so I'm like 8 miles now. So it was 11. Go up a steep hill, it'll drop down to 8, or possibly 5 or 6. And they can level out. So I've seemed to have a good cushion. It's just the car's accounting for the extra energy it's needed to go up hills. But as we get to all hills have an up and a downy bit, and we will end up at sea level for the boat, of course. So at some point I'm going to be going down a lot more than I'm going up. So with gravity playing its part and regen braking or coasting, that gap of 6 miles will increase back up to 11 or even more. Dual carriageway, and then all of a sudden we get silly devils flying out. I'm sitting here at a steady 53. I'm quite happy, loads of time. Mr. Truck, who's confident of not getting a ticket. Volkswagen again, right up the back of the van. What's all that about? Back of the lorry. Braking, losing energy, and numpty. that's the other annoying thing. So the lane's going to close in a minute. Oh, our lane's closing, roadworks. But that truck's sat there, speed limited. Right, let's get over because the lane's stopping. Locked off, 800 yards. But thank you for hanging on, 33 of you. We're back. We're back again. Clouds moving in to the left, looking very black over Bill's Mothers. That's an East Midlands saying. It's looking a bit black over Bill's Mothers. Are we still up for a beer next week? Yes, definitely, Michael. I don't know, Ursula's not been well of late, and I'll be honest, mate, she just glazes over if I'm talking to another EV nerd, so it could probably be just me. She rolls her eyes now if we go anywhere and someone on Orkney, you know, comes up and starts talking EVs. She just despairs. I wouldn't want to put her through. Oh, hello, you're back. It's just trying to rain. And I'm just munching through some flapjacks that my mum made. Just to keep my sugar levels up. Even when the clouds are stormy, it still looks dramatic. My spine does a similar. Yeah, the ladies in our life are very tolerant of us, aren't they? Here comes the rain. Now, as we all know, standing water, rain, does affect your range. And someone explained years ago, it's a bit like when you try and run when you're in a swimming pool. If you're standing in the shallow end and it comes up to your waist, you try running through the rain. It takes more. Running through the rain? Running through the water takes more energy. And basically, standing water, that's what it does to all cars. You use more energy trying to push through that water. These few spots won't do it. It's when it's raining heavily or standing water that requires more energy to get through it. Sky looks well dramatic, doesn't it? when I pause to look at a charger somewhere, for example, she snaps a photo to tease me with it. Yeah. I just usually get the roll of the eyes. And I go, oh look, there's a new charger. Really? Yeah, great. Or, oh look, there's a new so-and-so car. Great. But, you know, Michael, there's worse things we could be doing, isn't there? So 119 miles to go, 131 on the gasometer. What's that? 29, 30, 31, 12 miles buffer. 5 miles per kilowatt hour. I think I'm going to be correct. I hate to brag, but I think I'm going to have 10 miles in hand when I get to Scrabster. What do you reckon? Put your guesses in the chat. 5 miles per kilowatt hour, 13 degrees, a little bit of wind. I'm still quite confident. I think I'm going to do it. I'm not going to stop. I'll tell you what, talking to you lot, even though I'm talking to myself, it's made the journey go really quick. So, thank you 31 people for sticking with. We're back again. Reckon you'll be close to zero? No. I wonder if the EV, yeah, I know. I like the look of the Kia EV3. Nice looking car, looks different. I think Kia and Hyundai are just knocking it out of the park at the minute. You look at the offerings from Stellantis, the new Vauxhall Frontera. Oh my word, what a bland looking hunk of metal. It's like bland with vanilla and magnolia on top. Just so uninteresting. When Jack Scarlett reviewed it, bless him, I think he was trying to be mildly enthusiastic for Vauxhall and Stellantis. But goodness me, what a boring looking car. Absolutely forgettable. I don't know. Yeah. Only if it was amazingly efficient, okay, you can get away with it, but it looks a bit like the e-Niro. But we all know any Stellantis platform at the minute, they're not going to get the efficiency I'm getting over 300 miles. 5.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Stellantis can only dream of that. I can forgive Peugeot because they do look nice, but Vauxhall, just so bland. Bit of a rant. But anyway, 3 hours 54 minute stream. Don't think I'm going to get many re-watches on this. I'll have to try and edit it out a little bit, I think. Try and make it a bit more condensed. Now we've just come down quite a long progressive hill that I know I used to come down in neutral in the Leaf, just to harvest, well, just to save some energy and build up some momentum to get up this hill to the other side. Because the other thing with the Leaf was, if you did too much regen, that would overheat the battery. And if I'd already done 3 or 4 rapids, and I still had more rapids to do before I got to the ferry, I couldn't afford to use any regen, because regen will also heat up the battery. So with the Leaf, it was always that payoff between harvesting energy and heating the battery up, and then losing charging speed at the next rapid. So what I used to do would be to coast, and if I built up 50, 60, 70 mile an hour speed, that would be great because it would get me further up the hill the other side, momentum, and then engage drive and then just keep driving at 50 odd. That's what I used to do because of the whole rapid gate. I used to do that on that hill that we've just gone through. So we've just gone past a place called Croy, and Loch Ness and attractions, Jacobite cruises, Loch Ness centre 17 miles. So still on the A9. The next island then is only 5 miles away. I'm trying to remember. I think that's Inverness. I think it is. Now, from this point here, it's all downhill to basically sea level. So you'll like this. 4.8 miles, let's say 5 miles now, is all downhill. Okay. 114 miles to go, 129 on the gasometer. You watch how many miles I'll gain from here down. Excuse me. This is heading into Inverness. Now again, when I was in a Leaf, I used to do this in neutral to get all the way to the bottom, to basically do 5 miles coasting without using any energy or harvesting any energy, because the battery was already overheated in Nissan. But it'll be interesting to see what figures I've got at the bottom of this hill. But we're still downhill, not using any power. 44%, 129 miles estimated, 113 to go. So what's that? 123, 6 and now 16 miles. We've got 16 miles in hand now. Right, the adaptive cruise is harvesting energy to stop the car running away or getting too close to this lorry in front. So I'm sticking at 56. I could overtake the lorry and zoom down here at 70 to make a little bit further progress up the road, but I don't want to. I've got loads of time. So just sit here, let the car do its thing. I've now got half a mile back from regen. I've still got 3.3 miles to go. You don't get this in a nice car, do you? Going down the hill and putting fuel in your tank. 1.1 mile harvested, 1.2. This will run and give you a good check on the degradation. Oh, okay. Forrest has been driving Ampere for many years. He's thinking that's going to be RZ regs for something to follow. Yeah, just tell him to get a kit. Yeah, if he's been in an Ampere, he obviously lost a whole range extender. Are you hypermiling behind the truck? Not really. I just don't want to go any faster because I've gained 2.3 miles in range. If he's had an Ampere, he probably likes the whole Rex thing, but it probably won't be as reliable as the Ampere. All my ears are popping because we're going down. You can see the bridge just over on the horizon, just above the truck. Just above the truck now, to see the top of the bridge. I've harvested 3.2 miles. Right, 111 miles to go, 131 on the gasometer, 20 mile buffer, folks. 20 miles in hand. Now that will change. Got 131 on the gasometer now. Harvested 3.5 miles per kilowatt hour. Now that lane on my left is like a filter, unless they want to put in front, which that Fiat's done. But that lane on the left is a filter towards the airport, Inverness Airport. Nairn. So that's why I stayed where I did. mile in-hand cushion.
Exit.
It keeps cutting out, folks. Sorry about this. Quick recap: 44%, 131 miles left on the battery. I'm going to go this way. Just knock off the cruise control. Flappy paddle on the left paddle. Regen. Turn the regen off. I've gained another half a mile by just doing that.
Leave at the second exit.
Traffic light controlled island. Which looks a little bit odd.
Now leave the roundabout.
Yeah, I will, but the lorry is deciding to go that way, and I'm going to have to go around the back of him.
For the next 5 miles, keep straight on this road.
So we're going to climb again. We'll come down to basically sea level. So we're going to go over this bridge. And we're 119 miles from Thurso, according to that sign, and 109 miles to the ferry. Quite well that out. There's a nice bridge here, I can't remember what it's called, Inverness Bridge. And the river Ness, I think. The river left and right. Well, it's like a river, it's like a sea estuary. And if you look on the map where Inverness is, you can see that it meets the sea here. Not quite the Queen's Ferry Bridge, but a mini Queen's Ferry Bridge. Now, coming up on the left is a nice little eatery that's recently had a Charge Place Scotland Rapid installed, which I thought was a great idea. It took them about 2 years to connect it to the grid. It was there for an absolute age, but it was all grid connection issues. The Black Isle, that's this area, is called Ross and Cromarty. But just down here to the left, it's like a truck stop, but they do really nice pasties and various baked products. What's it called? Can't remember. Is the charger still there? Yes. Was it iced? No, that's good. Harry Cow. Harry Cow do nice. It's a bit like what are those pasties that everyone? Greggs. It's a bit like a Greggs. It's like a Scottish Greggs. Is Harry Cow, but they do nice food. Wave to Tim. I didn't see him there. I think he's on the west coast, but yeah, me and Tim do like to stop at Harry Cow. What's your ETA at Scrabster? My ETA is 2:52. 8 minutes to 3. My boat sails at 7. So Tim won't be. Oh, is that the Small Rouge one? It is. I think you're one of my old customers, aren't you? I can never remember your first name, which is really embarrassing. But Tim lives in Tame, which is about another hour and a half away. Right, 106 miles to go, 127 on the gasometer. 21 miles in hand. Come on. what I think I might do is edit this into a shorter video, perhaps 30 minutes. And then if anyone says you must have charged up on the way and you falsified it, at least I've got you guys to know that I didn't stop. But I'll probably leave this up as a live stream anyway, so people can watch it. I can always reference that, can't I? Yeah. I'm quite chuffed with myself, actually. I'm glad I didn't stop. Well, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to go past the eatery I was going to stop at, Storehouse, which is a real shame because they do an amazing dinner. Oh dear. I'd really like to stop for some food, but do you know what? I think I'm on a bit of a roll. I'm Rob, sorry Rob, that's right. He's still got the 30 kilowatt leaf. 80,000 miles on the clock, still getting 90. That's brilliant. Fantastic, Rob. In fact, it was your red leaf where I ended up putting the cable through the window of that old Inns service station about 10 miles from where you live. It was that run where I disgraced myself with James and he beat me. And we got to your place ridiculously early as we drove through the night. Oh, nice, you still got it. I think yours was a Techno, or was it the Ascenta? I think I had the Techno and he had the Ascenta, and I complained that I had low profile tyres that weren't as efficient as the Ascenta. And I had a load of plants in the boot for Ursula, and I said the extra weight slowed me down. That was a good laugh, that was. Different leaf, but I remember that trip. Okay. Sorry, mate. I just, yeah. Leaves just all run into one. They just become a huge branch forest of leaf. I think James deliver the leaf to you, Rob? Just separately. Don't think I was with him. I remember him posing, handing the keys over to you, and he sent me a picture.
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the third exit.
Oh, that's right. I had an incident on the speed cameras. Yeah, sounds like James. Right, no touching pedals, just letting the car do the regen braking. There we go.
Leave at the third exit.
Right, just for safety, I'm taking it out of auto. Just regen. Half a mile I got back then.
Now leave the roundabout. Keep straight on this road.
So this bit of road, you climb up for a fairly decent way, then it levels out, then it drops down to something bridge, which is just round the corner from where I was planning on stopping to eat at the Storehouse. Cromarty Bridge is at the bottom of this road, and again there's another big long drag down to Cromarty Bridge where again you can get lots of regen, and where I used to coast in a listen leaf to keep the temperature down. So 103 miles to go, 122 on the gasometer. So now 21 miles in hand. No, yeah, 21 miles. When we drove down to, we stopped at two friends on the way, Stoke. Oh, you did the Aberdeen ferry. Yeah. So it's a good chance to stop and see friends, isn't it? And if you haven't got a car charger, just plug in your granny cable. That will add 9 miles for every 1 hour you plugged in, regardless of what the EV is, because it's just set at 2.1 kilowatts or 10 amps. Yeah. So here is where it starts dropping again, all the way back down to the water, the river. So at 40%, 121 miles, got the cruise set at 53 with adaptive cruise. So the car is now pulling back on the speed to 47, but to pull back on the speed is adding extra regen automatically, no input from me, and it will just keep harvesting energy in order to maintain a safe distance between me and the Ford Focus in front. What's that about? Did John O'Groats to Pentland on the way up in 2016 in a 2002 diesel Mondeo. Serious braking by the car. I've gained 7/10 of a mile. We've got roadworks. So the car is doing all the braking, folks. The cruise control is still set to 53. And the car's basically saying, I want to do 53, but there's a car in front, so I'm just going to hold you back. I've gained a mile range through that episode of this slow moving traffic. Or maybe it was these, I think this workman trimming the verge. Yeah, I think he just stopped the traffic to cross the road. There we go. But again, this time of year, you know, okay, there's a lorry here, there's a truck in front of the lorry, there's a coach further on. There's no point trying to overtake everything and get further up the road. It just stresses you out and gives more options for possibly having an accident. So just chill out, sit and cruise. It's the name of the game. Turning off or what? Well, apparently unless there's something in front of the lorry, I expect there is. Can't see what it is, or it's another car. Turning off? No. Well, whatever it is, it's making that lorry brake. Doing 40 miles an hour. Now you see, so doing 41 miles an hour. So the Micra is doing 40 because he's got a massive amount of timber on his roof that doesn't look particularly safe. So fair play to him, but yeah, I think Mr. Plod would be quite interested in this Micra if he was behind him now, whether it's secure, whether it's safe, whether it's too much weight for that little Micra's roof rails. I don't know. Anyway, that's why he's not caning it down. Well, driving at a normal speed. And to be honest, I'd rather overtake it because I don't want one of them falling off and me having to run over it. So there's the Cromarty Bridge at the bottom. When it's safe to do so, I think I'm going to take this Micra. I can't see around the corner, or can I? Yes, I can. Let's go for it. Yeah, it's all guy. Yeah, it doesn't look very secure, to be honest. rather not be stuck behind him. Cromarty Bridge, Cromarty Forth. Wick 92, John O'Groats 109. Could take you to John O'Groats, couldn't I? No, stick to the plan. Tide's out. Some good flats. There we go, JP. Try to catch up before you stay. Oh, thank you. Thanks for watching. Seems to be the increased number of camper vans all of a sudden. Yeah, it's always like that this time of year. I haven't to I3, far from perfect. Just yeah, it's pretty good, to be honest. The adaptive cruise is pretty good in the Nero. Obviously, if the front of the car gets covered in snow and ice, obviously it won't work. But it's not a biggie, it doesn't take long just to clear it.
In a quarter mile, leave roundabout at the second exit.
For some eats. After 4, it's just past this island, just near Dingwall. The scenery is just stunning, it is. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Leave at the second exit.
So again, I'm not touching the brakes, I'm using my flappy paddles. Don't have to, but if you want to be really
now leave the roundabout
and get amazing range,
keep straight on this road,
then use the flappy paddles. That's the secret. To get in 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour, 64 kilowatt hour usable. So the eatery called the Storehouse, I can't recommend enough. Lovely food. For those that have driven up and down the M6, T-Bay services, it's on a par with T-Bay. I'd say slightly better because it's really a little family business. The food is exceptional. Vegetarian as well. Puddings are to die for. It's just a really nice place to stop and very popular. Strangely enough, even in the summer, it's not open on Sundays and it's not open on Mondays. So it's open Tuesday to Saturdays. At times I've driven past here and there's people queuing at the gates that are locked to see why it's not open on Sunday afternoon or Monday. Anyway, it's this place on the right with a blue sign coming up now. Great place to eat. I'm sacrificing a lovely meal there for the sake of EV take-up, and there's charges free. Hey ho. You'll thank me later. Just don't tell Mrs. P. Thank you, Rob. Nice for you to join us as well. Hope your afternoon goes well driving your desk. So over here, you can't see it, but over on the right hand side is the Cromarty Firth, and that's where all the oil rigs would used to come in to be decommissioned. Broken up, but there now is a massive place for the assembly and what's the word, dispatching of turbines to go out into the North Sea. So the industry that has been oil based for decades is now turning into a base for renewables, which is always good to see. And it's Inverness, that's the name. There's a big cruise liner in there at the minute, so a lot of the world cruises, the UK cruises, will call into Inverness. I don't know what's at Inverness, it's so spectacular because to me it just looks like a big industrial estate, but Inverness is to the right. BMW behind me. I think it's an i4, iX4, with the ugliest looking grille ever. Like a big angry beaver. Come on then, you're a BMW driver, you're bound to want to overtake. Come on, you know you want to. No. I bet you'll do it after that Citroen's gone by. Go on then, you go in. No? Okay. Right, 170. 6 and 7, that's 25 miles in hand. It's just getting better. 25 miles range in hand. But we've got some steep hills to come. Now, if you want to eat at the storehouse, which is about 2 miles behind us, here on the left is Scenic services, where they've got 2 rapids from Charge Place, Scotland, and 2 fast. And they have got an eatery as well. It's a bit like Motorway Services food, although that's home baked as well. It's quite nice, but it's just not quite as luxurious, if that's the right word, as the storehouse. But they've got charges there, so it's a good place to stop. Scenic services. Yeah, time's right out on the left. Captain's Gallery. We'll give it a try next Wednesday, JP. So that's Michael. So when you come up, Michael, definitely give me a message on the social medias. I want to take you to a few places sort of off the beaten track. There's Wyford Hill, which I really like, which is sort of off the beaten track through a farmer's farmyard, and it's the highest point on Orkney. And if it's a day like today, the view is stunning, because you can see a 360 view of Orkney. And if it's a day like today, you can see the Northern Isles. It's just great. So definitely meet up next week for a non-alcoholic drink, and yeah, I'll show you some of the hidden gems. There is the captain's table. I don't know whether it's open at 3 o'clock. That's not a bad shout, actually. go back into Thirst. I know there's a chippy in Thirst I'll use, but again, I don't think that will be open at 3. Yeah, I might go to that captain's table. Never been there before. Yeah, there's a cruise liner in there now. Invergordon. I don't know what there is to see at Invergordon. Anyone on it? Anyone on the live stream who knows what is there interesting to see in Invergordon? I don't know. To Ferry, 89 miles away. Says I'll get there at 4 minutes to 3, so in just over 2 hours. 89 miles. I've got 113 on my range at 37%. So I wonder what range I'm going to have at 33%. Would be interesting, wouldn't it? So a third battery. If I've got anything near 100 miles, that means a full battery is well over 300 miles. Which it will be, as my guessometer is now saying 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour, or the dash is rather. It's just such a great car. It's warmed up a bit, 16 degrees. It was 13 at one point. Bjorn Tesla Bjorn, when he does a long range live stream, I think he says he cruises at 90 kilometres an hour, which I think is about what I'm doing now, 54 miles an hour. Because I know 100 kilometres an hour is 60 miles an hour, but he definitely cruises at 90, because I've heard him say it. So I'm sort of replicating the sort of driving he does. And if you've never watched Tesla Bjorn, I encourage you to check him out. Lorry's just pulled out of a side road, so just watch my E-Nero. Actually, I think to maintain the momentum I'm going to take him, because I don't want to lose the momentum I've got. Yeah, oh, it's a full, no, it was a diesel, I thought it was an electric one. Still got the same silly grill. So sometimes, you know, if the momentum's there, I'll overtake something, because I don't want to always lose that momentum. If I'm coming down a hill, then I want to harvest some energy, but if I'm behind a truck, I don't want to lose the speed and then have to get the speed back up again, because that's wasteful. Keep the momentum steady away is what I've always found helps with getting the maximum range out of any EV. You need to keep the momentum with a minimum amount of drag. So 0 regen on the old flat paddles if you're in an E-Nero or the Kia Soul or the Kona. spoke earlier about people on the A9 getting impatient and flying past. Look at the car that's in front of me now. Might have caught up. It's the BMW. There was lots of 50p pieces coming out of his exhaust as he burnt all that extra diesel to power past me. How much further up the road has it got him? I'd say about half a second. And we're behind a stream of cars and umpteen lorries with no possibility of overtaking. So what was the point of him overtaking me? Perhaps he didn't like the back end of my car? I don't know. But why are people so blimmin' impatient? Like this lorry behind me as well. Where is he going to go? Does he want to climb in the boot? The older I get, the more I sound like Victor Meldrew. The older I get, the less I feel the need for speed. Maybe it's that, I don't know. I think the older you get, and because I've retired, you don't need to be dashing around the country all the time. It doesn't get you there any quicker. I think the older you get, the wiser you get. Life's too short for racing around and hiring the risk of having an accident. But you don't get too slow, otherwise you will cause an accident. But just chill out. So we're on the NC 500, as you just seen from that sign. So for those that are not in the UK that are watching this, the North Coast, the NC, the North Coast 500, basically 500 miles around the perimeter of the northern half of Scotland, mainland. So this is part of that route. Folk take, oh look, an Audi driver. An Audi driver pulling in behind the BMW. Why? Why? What's the point? There's dozens of cars in front, there's articulated lorries in front of those cars. Why? Maybe you've got a pregnant woman on the back seat and you're rushing to the local hospital. I'll give you that then. You absolute muppet. Again, Audi driver, BMW. Look at all the traffic. Can you see the traffic on the street in front of this white Audi? I bet he'll pull out again in a minute. German cars, yeah. It's I just don't get it. Unbridled accelerators. I like the need for speed, but all that stress, save it for the racetrack. All you need is a tyre blowout or a child to run out mistakenly and you're on full chat. For what? Yes, we all get fed up looking at the back of a truck, but just give over. Flashing the brake lights, his brake pads are wearing out, He's used up more fuel than he needs to. His pulse rate's quickened. I'm sounding really old, but you know what I mean, don't you? Who's with me on the stream? Who agrees with me? Give me a thumbs up if you agree with old Victor New Mildred Porterfield. Is there much wildlife in that area? Not seen any. You occasionally see dead stuff on the side of the road, rabbits, deer and stuff. Got sheep over there. Right, this next island is just before Tane, where my good friend Tim lives. We take the first exit, turn left, and it's a real steep climb up the hill. And the great thing is, because of the torque in an EV, I've done it in the past, I've usually had, I don't know, an Audi driver or a BMW driver right up my backside in the car, pushing it, and as soon as I turn up this hill, it's a dual carriageway, there's 2 lanes, and 9 times out of 10
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the first exit.
I can't resist it, and I just floor it and leave them standing. And it just proves the point that I've got all that torque under my foot, and should I want to use it, I can. You, Mr. Diesel Man, has got to wait for that turbo to kick in and for you to burn some dinosaur juice to get you the power, which all takes time. And they lag behind. But if I overtake the end of them,
Leave at the first exit.
I don't want to aggravate these strange people. But there they go, look.
Now leave the roundabout.
Well, I'm going to have a bit
For
of
the
fun.
next 6 miles, keep straight on this road.
Burn some electrons. And I am now pushing the Audi, who is kicking out horrendous clouds of stinky stuff out the back end. Look, I can catch him up. The road ends up here, so I'm going to pull in. No point being silly. There we go. Now he's getting a right pickle, kicking up dust because he's going over the central reservation. Forgive me, watchers, for I have sinned. I've burnt some electrons. But I do like that bit of hill. Oh, you're back. So we're now headed into Tane, which is Tim's Travels country. So quick update, 34% battery. I think I lost a few electrons up that hill. 103 on the oximeter. So when we get to 33%, which is a third of the battery, we can times what's left on the in total available at 400%. And I think it's going to be a good 300 miles. Because the dash is still saying 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. Been driving 4 hours and 47 minutes. Stopped once for a wee down that lane. The bladder's fine. Should get to the port at 3 minutes to 3, which is just under 2 hours away. It's been nice to do this just to prove that it can be done. I remember when Robert came up to Orkney to do some filming, actually when he came up to film the Zappy episode, and he was in a Tesla Model S 100 kilowatt hour. I remember moving the car for him and it was fully charged, and the gasometer saying 330 miles range, and that was back in 2017. And I remember thinking then, 330 miles, oh my word, that is awesome. I'll never be able to afford an EV that does 330 miles. And look at me now. I'm in a 16 to 17,000 pound electric vehicle that does a genuine 300 mile range. So what's that, in just 7 years 300 miles has become possible for the most reasonable used car price. Like I said earlier in the stream, I've seen these e-Niro and the Kona for around 16 to 18,000 pounds for a nice example. With the remaining, on the Kia, with the remaining 4 years of warranty left. That BMW is now turning off into tame. Don't think there's a maternity wing in tame to take that woman that's about to give birth in the back seat. So why did he have to leave it? Leave it, Porterfield, leave it. This next bit's nice. So Tame is to the right. So we go round the outskirts of Tame, down. We can see the, is it the Cromarty Firth? Yes, I think. The estuary in front. And then we go across the bridge. And then we've got some more stunning scenery. Spot a Tesco lorry. Yeah, there's a Tesco lorry at the bottom there. Now we have got a Tesco on Orkney. Oh, it's turning on. That's good. And they come up here regularly. Well, every day I think. Up to Gills Bay, and they go across on the Pentalina boat, and then the trucks then go on to into Kirkwall to do food deliveries. There we go, 33%, 101 mile range left. That's 303 possible, fully charged. 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour average since I left Abington this morning at 8:30. It's now 1:15. Yeah, 75 miles to go. 101 on the gasometer left. Got 26 miles in hand. Look at that, folks. That's the bridge on stilts in front of us. Time's out. What a beautiful day. While it's quiet, is there any more messages? Let's have a quick look. I can't always get this. Can't always get the text to come up.
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the second exit. Leave at the second exit. Now leave the roundabout.
So
Keep straight on this road.
still part of the NC 500. Just stunning. Dornoch Firth Bridge. Oh look, there's an Audi driver. I bet he's going to take the petrol tanker as well. Yes. Is there a car coming the other way? Yes. And now it's signalling to pull in. Howdy BMW drivers. Maybe when they go to the showroom to buy their cars, they have some sort of implant put into their heads. Oh, right, I've pressed something. I think I've got all the chat up now. Yeah, afternoon all, back from work. Oh, it's great that you're all still watching. Making good progress, John, thank you. But I've not been rushing. It's just there's not been any roadworks. It's been a beautiful day. As you guys know, I haven't stopped to charge since I left Abington. %, battery, 99 miles left, 73 miles to go. I thought I'd have 10 miles left when I get there. I think I'm going to have 20. This gorse looks particularly nice. As we go through the summer, this yellow gorse just gets brighter and brighter, more and more. It's a vivid yellow, mustardy colour. And later on in the summer, early autumn, it's just so bright. Beautiful. So on course for 3 o'clock, my boat's not till 7, we'll start loading about 6, so I've got 3 hours in hand. So when we get to the ferry port, lots of time to, as somebody suggested, go to the captain's inn or the captain's table or something. I know they do fish and chips, do bar meals, so if they're still serving at 3 o'clock. Well, it's summertime, I suppose it will be. Those people that think that EV nerds like myself just drive ridiculously slow and that's how we get great range. No, I'm not. I'm just keeping up with the traffic up the A9. I'm not holding anybody up. I'm just being smart with my regen and my adaptive cruise control. I just let the car do it, and just don't be hell-bent all the time on overtaking traffic, because it doesn't get you anywhere. Just settle in, sit back, enjoy the scenery, enjoy the moment, lower your blood pressure, and just, yeah, chill out. So on these windy bits of road, you've got to have your wits about you, because you've got trucks coming the other way, and the road's that little bit narrower. It's not much fun when it's hammering down the rain, to be honest, but you just drive according to the road conditions. 5-mile-an-hour GPS. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Do you realise that those clouds are not moisture? They are fat trillions of midges. Yeah, we don't get any midges on Orkney because it's too windy. It's one of the benefits of living on the island. But yeah, if you're in anywhere in mainland Scotland, the midges can come out. If it's been damp and warm and the wind's not blowing, you will get eaten alive by midges. It's true. I'd count on one hand the amount of times we've gone outside at Orkney of an evening and we've started to see a few midges. It's rare, to be honest. And we don't get them like you get them in the central belt, where it's a bit like a fog. We never get it that bad. But you can be out and you can be active. In the morning as well. Yeah, in the morning they can be a bit annoying. Look, Audi driver again. Look, he's itching to get past this Tesco truck. And there's that many hills and divots and bumps here. You know, you go out at the wrong time. It's the last thing you ever do. Well, at least he knows where the indicator is. At least it's indicated. It's nice to be back up here again. Really enjoyed my week away. It's always great to come back to Scotland, and particularly the Highlands, and then of course it's always great to be back home. In Orkney, which I see more as my home now than Leicester. It's good to catch up with family, but I feel more at home in Orkney. Leicester. So I do feel that driving up the back of a Tesco truck is not great YouTube, so I'm going to try and overtake him. Trying to catch these chats. Need more of these videos. Okay, for the Fear, Uncertainty and Doubt Brigade. It just occurred to me last night, I thought let's try and do a stream like Beyond does. Yeah, quite right about BMW and the mandate. Only just seen this happening. Okay, same journey the other day in the Kona, but not connected. Can't read yours, but I'm going to be a good lad. But yeah, thanks for joining. So for those that are just joining the stream, I started out from Abington, just south of Glasgow. Got to 100% charged in my 64 kilowatt hour e-Niro. I was going to stop early for some lunch, but I was encouraged to press on, so that's what I'm doing. So we're going away to Scrabster to catch my ferry, my boat, back to Orkney tonight at 7 o'clock. So I've averaged 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. I'll show all these figures at the end of the stream. I can remove the phone from its holder. I've done 244.6 miles. I've been driving for 5 hours and 4 minutes. Got 66 miles to go with 91 on the guessometer. The amount of range that's left is commonly referred to as a guessometer in most EVs. But in the Kia and the Hyundai and the Tesla, they're always really accurate. So I reckon, well, I said at the beginning of this drive I'd get to Thurso, where the ferry is, with 10 miles left, but it's looking like I'm going to get there with about 20 left, because I've got 66 miles to go exactly, 91 on the range. So yeah, that's 25, 4, 6, yeah, 24. Got the cruise control on, and got the adaptive cruise, which basically means to maintain the distance between me and the lorry in front, the car will use automatically regen, and that gets harvested. I've just gained 1.4 miles by just the car maintaining its distance between me and the Tesco lorry in front. So the adaptive cruise with auto regen is absolutely brilliant. And to be honest, it makes it so much easier, and that's what I like about the Niro and the Kia, or the Kia and the Hyundai, over the Tesla, because the Tesla is either heavy regen or normal, and you don't have that ability to adjust it. And on the Kia and the Hyundai, you've got flappy paddles. And that's great, because you can really geek out. You don't have to, but you can geek out and harvesting as much as energy as possible, thus increasing your range. So at the start of this trip, at the start of the stream, I think I had a buffer of about 5 miles, and you know, it was umming and ahhing as to whether to do a quick splash and dash on the way up, but I was pretty confident that with some careful eco type driving, using the flappy paddles, keeping up with the flow of traffic, but use the features that were built into the car correctly, and having zero regen when you're on a long flat piece of road, that will increase your range. And a good way to increase the range is to keep an eye on your miles per kilowatt hour. I'm now averaging 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. So I've got 64 kilowatt hour usable. Right, I'm going to overtake this truck because I can, and it's boring scenery for you to look at. Oh, he was pulling in anyway. I was a bit impatient. What was I saying? Yeah, so 5.2, or let's just say 564s is, or 560s is 300. So 5 4s are 20. So 320 possible full range at 100% is available in this car. And the car is now automatically regenning for this little Renault Captur that's just pulled out. Can it make it home now? I think it probably could. So when I get to the ferry, if I've got 25 miles left, I've got about another 15 to drive to get home from the port on the Orkney side. So I could possibly get home. I'll know when I get to Scrabster whether I can get back home with perhaps 1%, and that leaves a nice empty battery for tomorrow when I'll refill this on solar energy. using my Zappi charger. And if you want to find out what the Zappi charger is, I did a tour around the My Energy Factory last Friday. It's on my YouTube channel. Great product. And I'll explain what Zappi does. But yeah, I don't want to fill up too much this side of the water because I want enough room left in the car's battery to fill up on solar tomorrow, because if I don't use it, I'll lose it. It'll all get dumped on the grid. So that's the whole thing with renewables and driving an EV. You're always thinking ahead about how can you harvest some energy and save it, because it's my energy. You know, I've forked out for the panels and the batteries and the inverters. I want to harvest all that free energy and use it myself. As regards efficiency, 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour is pretty good with varying speeds. I mean, I've been averaging between 50 and 60 miles an hour. Excuse me. I wouldn't want to drive any faster than this down these roads. It's not safe. And if you were to squirt it on long straights, you'd only have to brake heavily to go around a bend, to then squirt it down a straight, brake heavily for a bend, and then when you get to an island or traffic lights further down the road, the person you left behind in a cloud of dust is right behind you. So you've not gained anything. The only thing you have gained is less money in your pocket because you've burnt more fuel or you've used more energy. So, like driving any vehicle, smooth, steady, measured is the way to get the most out of any car for its range. And if you want to go varied, take it to a racetrack. Now, a lot of these villages, towns, have had a new 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in Scotland, like they've done in Wales. I think this is still 30 down here. Doing my shopping in Thurso and Lidl's at the time you... Okay, cool. Love the paddles. Yeah, it is great. At the same time, you hopefully go past. We're in the red Kona. Well, I'll have a look out, see if I see a red Kona in the little car park. So there are some rapids here. Is this Dornoch? Where are we? Or is it Goldsby? I think it's Goldsby. I get confused. It's not difficult, is it? Goldsby. So coming up on the left is a little car park with 2 Charge Place Scotland Rapids and a couple of fast. And I've stopped there in the past when I've got a smaller batteried EV. And it is just here on the left now. There's the 2 rapids. Annoyingly, they've got toilets in that car park that have been shut for months because of vandalism, which is really frustrating. Because it was ideal to be able to stop and use the loo. Seems to be a distinct lack of public conveniences anywhere in the UK today. Seems to be going out of fashion, which is a shame because having to use the bathroom is not going out of fashion anytime soon with the human race. here. Chance to catch up with the chat. Oh, the Goldsby toilets are open again. Oh, that's good to know. Very good to know. When I stop, I can hear that artificial noise. I've just turned it off. That VES. It's on the 4 Plus, you get the VES button. And because it's the old Nero, you can turn the VES off. It's like a vehicle pedestrian warning system thing. James Coates trying to ring me. James, I'm on a live stream, mate. I don't know whether it comes through on the phone or not. Maybe I should have said hello. If he rings back, and then I'll answer it. So I think most of you guys must know James. Cleveland EV. There's that Dumrobin Castle, that's really nice in there. Motorbikers love this. They do the Land's End, well, John O'Groats Land's End thing, or the NC 500, the North Coast 500. Look at these blue flowers. What are they? Hydrangeas? I don't know. They're nice. Scotland is beautiful. Period. See the sea. The sea's now in front of us to the right. So the road now, the A9, for a long time will hug the side of the coast. You will like Berrydale Bays, really steep down to the bottom and then back up again. I usually get around 4.2 miles just from regen going down, and obviously I used quite a bit of energy going up, but there's always a bit of there's a payback, so I might gain 4 miles going down, but only lose 3 miles going up the other side, or 2 miles going up the other side, which is only half a mile. So there's always a net gain if you're clever. Well, clever if you just use the regen braking properly. Well, the sea looks nice and calm. It's not been too windy, so there's not a lot of swell. Beautifully calm, actually. I've got an hour and 20 minutes to go till 3 o'clock. So another hour and 20 minutes to do 57 miles. And you might be thinking, well, why is it, you know, if you do 50 miles an hour, why don't you get there in an hour? It's all the twisty bits. And I've had this before. Helmsdale is coming up, and that's about 50 miles. I used to think, oh, and you need an hour. You need about an hour and a half because of the twisty bits. So, yeah. James, sorry. James, sorry, Paddy, I didn't realise I was live. I am live, mate. I didn't want to answer the phone in case you started talking confidential stuff, mate, and then all of YouTube are going to hear it. So that's why I cancelled your call. We'll chat later, though, pal. What's the what? What's the headwind like? Yeah, it's quite. Looking at those trees now up to the right, it's quite windy. I think the forecast said 15, 20 mile an hour winds. So it's not still. The grasses are definitely leaning over. Temperature is 15 degrees. Yeah, but 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour, James, if you're still watching. Do you have any snacks or beverages in the car? I have water, and I have, from my mummy, flapjacks, which I've consumed. I think I've got half a flapjack left, but I'm keeping hydrated. So here's this new village speed limit thing I mentioned earlier. So this is Brora, and it's 20 miles an hour through here, which again, you know, that's no bad thing. Don't stop people bombing through here at 60 miles an hour. 26% left, 82 miles range left. What's 482s? 2016, 32, 320 mile range. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Although admittedly, driving at this speed through this town definitely helps. Right, 82 miles range left, 54 to go. Approaching 30 mile cushion, folks. Bit more than the 10 miles I thought I'd have left. Right, truck in the middle of the road. Isuzu decided to come straight on. Strange place to park unless it's broken down. This is Brora. Nice chocolate drinky place there. Do chocolate cakes and stuff. I stopped there last time with some friends. This is one of the last places to fill up with petrol. There's this place here on the right, an old Vauxhall garage, and there's another place on the left. That's it. All the way up to Thurso. So from here, another 50 miles is the next petrol station. So plenty of ice drivers do get range anxiety, because if you don't fill up here and you run out between here and Thurso, you've got no chance. But there's plenty of charges between here and Thurso. Just saying. Diesel 155, petrol and leaded 152. Always tend to pay more in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland for our fuel, for their fuel. I don't use fuel. Well, not the dead dinosaurs type anyway. The boss would make me stop to have 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, well, I'm just not telling my boss, mate. Speed limit signs and adjust accordingly. No. So it doesn't adjust accordingly. I know the Tesla does, but it doesn't. Stupid bird in the road. So this next bit of road, the wind's really getting up now. This next bit of road, seriously, is gorgeous, because soon we'll be hugging the coast on my right, and it really is breathtaking. And then we're going aiming for Helmsdale, and then up down the Berrydale Braes, which is stunning. But I've got the sea on the right, railway line on the right, and in a minute we virtually hug the coast on the driver's side. Or if you're watching in America, the right hand side of the screen as you look out, because we are driving on the correct side of the road. Again, if I lose the stream, it's just a 4G connectivity, but I will always leave it on and it'll reconnect at some point. There's the sea in front to the right, looking particularly beautiful, and you can see the surf. It's the wind is coming from the north, so it's sort of stacking the waves up a little bit. Wave to the three near drivers. Yeah, you can probably see from the trees the wind's getting up. Definitely getting up. Look at the surf, they're straight off the top of them waves. And the speed of that seagull going downwind. It's windy, but I'm still showing 5.2 miles per kilowatt hour. Where are we? 51 miles to go, 77 left. 51, 61, 71. So 26 miles range in hand. Wind farm, or obviously, that's provided in Aberdeen's coast, and there's one up here. So if you look look at a map of Scotland, John O'Groats, it's over to the right of John O'Groats, way in the distance. Please keep our roads litter free and taking home. Yes. So that yellow gauze you can see, as it goes through the summer, it gets brighter and brighter. It gets more and more vivid yellow, mustardy colour. Golden colour. It just gets brighter. To 2, should be there by 3, hour and 10 minutes. Answers on a postcard. So, just to give you an update on the trip, so obviously started a new trip on the dashboard, count the distance, 262 miles I've covered, and I've got 75, what's 262 plus 75? I want to see if I can do some man maths. 5 and 2 is 7. 7 and 6 is 13. 337 mile range. That's not bad for an £18,000 EV, is it? 337 miles range. There'd be plenty of Tesla Model S, X, S owners that would be more than happy with 330 miles range. Signaling to pull in. He's going to pull in, I think. Yep. Signal early on. Loads of chat I've missed, I'm sorry. How do you read the... So I'm really struggling to read it in the dark. Oh no, there's no new messages. Oh, that's alright. It's the light, if there's sunlight on the screen, it's just stopping me reading the messages safely. And again, if I lose connectivity, if I lose 4G, it will reconnect. But I should definitely be recording, because I think there's 4G at Scrabster from memory. Definitely be recording when I pull into Scrabster, so you know how much range I've got left. 46 miles to go, 71 in the tank at 23%. I've done 265 miles. I've been driving for 5 hours and 35 minutes. So for those people that say EVs are not for long drives, the infrastructure's not there, who needs infrastructure? Just have a full charge when you leave your hotel, even via a granny cable, and in this £18,000 Kia e-Niro, you can have driven 5.5 hours, 265 miles, and have 70 miles left in the tank. Now tell me EVs are not suitable for most of the population. What did you think of days in at Weatherby's? It was alright, yeah. Trying to think what it was like now. Yeah, it was okay. It was clean. The breakfast was a bit meh. But it's clean and it was quiet. It was a place, and obviously there was charges there as well. And I used the electric highway fast charger because I didn't want to obviously hog a rapid. I just left it on there. Kept an eye on my app, the Kia app, went and unplugged, moved it when it was full. So that's the thing that's needed for all hotels, is destination chargers. So it can fill up whilst you're having a meal, doing something else. That's the key to infrastructure, folks, is when we stop for something to eat. And they're relatively inexpensive. And you don't need a massive grid connection for like you do for a rapid. It's this obsession with rapids all the time. You leave with a full charge, as I'm illustrating right now, you can drive for 5.5 hours without stopping for a charge. Now I would have normally stopped about an hour ago for something to eat and then carried on, but I just want to prove to you guys what is actually possible on a windy day in northern Scotland, keeping up with the flow of traffic. 16 degrees. Admittedly I've got the heating on, but this has got a heat pump, which is good and efficient. And even if you haven't got a heat pump, once it's up to temperature, it takes very little energy to maintain the heat. But in the 4 Plus, I've got heated steering wheel, heated seats. So if I really want to eke out every last bit of range, then I'll just have the heated seat and the heated steering wheel on. And the other great thing about the Niro is that you've got a button down here, well, you can't see it, but there's a button down here that says driver only, and it will just heat my area or cool my area.
In half a mile, turn half right.
Now, our next port of call is Helmsdale. And do you know what? I do need a wee. I've got an hour to go, and it's only a couple of 100 yards off the beaten track.
In a quarter mile, turn half right onto Navidae Road.
I'm going for a wee. Just thought I'd share that with you. If you've got a smaller battery EV, this is a good place to stop. Is Helmsdale. Nice fish and chip shop down here. But I do know if I leave it any longer, there's not really anywhere for me to stop between now and Scrabster. So, and it's just down here, it's a couple hundred yards to the public toilets. Here on the right,
Now turn right.
is Le Mirage, that does amazing fish and chips and salad and stuff. It's ridiculously cheap, great value. Oh, those toilets have all been done up. There's a blonde. I shouldn't sound very sexist. There's a lady driving this massive truck. She looks quite attractive, actually. That's really bad. That's not meant to sound bad. Where's she going? She's waving me on. Huge respect. I'm going to pull in here for a wee. Charger is just behind that camper, but I'm not charging. I'm discharging from what I need. Oh, blue card bad holders only. Oh, man. Right, let's not take up the disabled parking space, Portfield. Let's be a good lad. Right, folks, you have to bear with while JP goes to answer the call of nature. Oh, right. I love this live stream. Thanks, JP. It takes you back to happy times travelling for work. All right. Sharing is caring. I'm discharging. There was someone along in a minute to tell you their diesel can do 900 miles uphill non-stop. Yeah, you're not right there. Not wrong there. Wait a bit. Right. Be back in 5 minutes. I'll give you a wave out the front of the windscreen, so you know it's me. Oh. Helps if you turn the car off, doesn't it? So I went to the new toilets and they're all locked up. What's the point of having public toilets if they're locked? So I had to leg it down the road to the cafe, which I've used before, so they were fine. And relax. The machine is winning 2-0. The machine is winning 2-0. It is. Just go JP did. Back in. Sharing is caring. Right, yeah, thank you folks. Right, we're off. Come on. Estimated time arrival 3:10. I've lost 10 minutes. Doesn't matter then, Porterfield, it doesn't matter. Chill. Don't have to rush. 22% battery, 70 miles range, 44 miles to go. Nice eatery here called Time and Place. Very nice food and coffee in there. Know the chap. Nice place, Helmsdale. Do you know the singer Edwyn Collins?
Now turn left and then turn half right.
Lives in Helmsdale and hails from Helmsdale. Edwyn Collins. Never knew a girl like you before. Him. Yeah, Edwyn Collins comes from this neck of the woods. This is his town. Still lives here.
Now turn half right.
So this next bit of road is quite nice. Big, sweeping, fat, wide roads. Very nice to drive. There's just a little island just round the corner here. Oh, I feel better now. So I've had to stop twice. The car's not had to stop.
In a quarter mile, leave the roundabout at the second exit.
I've had to discharge twice. That sounds disgusting, sorry. I've had to stop twice. And the car hasn't had to stop for a top-up. 21%, 67 miles, 42 on the gas, 42 to go. So what's that? 42, 52, 62, 20.
Leave at the second exit.
25 miles in hand.
Now leave the roundabout.
This nice bit of road's lovely. You look
Keep
at this.
straight on this road.
All right. Look at this view, folks. When this straightens out, this road. What about that, eh? Nice big fat ribbon of smooth tarmac. Gorgeous. You're getting a good view. Let's do a bit more. Oh, that's better. A bit more sky. And the cars are slowing up. That's because there's a big fat lorry that's crawling up here. And then the road does split into two to allow like a crawler lane. Oh, there's a deer. Oh dear, there's a dead deer. A crawler lane. Oh, it's a camper van. And in front of that I think there's a truck. That's the Model Y. So the road does split now, so you can start to overtake like that Peugeot's doing. And of course the Audi driver's going to overtake. And everyone else now will join them because I don't want to get stuck behind a big camper van because the scenery is beautiful. Where's he from? The Netherlands. With his headlights Road's narrowing. I don't think I'm going to get past that before I can pass the tank and the jars and stay here. So, have we got any more questions on the old live chat? Double hairpins. They're coming up in a bit. It's called Berrydale Braes. You sort of go back on yourself. Yeah, that's right. It's called Berrydale. Very steep down and quite a sharp turning at the bottom. You're back. It keeps cutting out. 19%, 58 miles range, 38 to go. Still 20 miles in hand. Coming up to Berrydale. Berrydale is where we can harvest quite a bit of energy. So when we start at the beginning, I'm going to shout out what I've got and see how much we've got at the bottom. So it's coming up. This is sort of classed as Caithness. Yeah, there's a clearance village to the right. Tim's Travels did a great video on that. Look him up. The Bad Bee Historic Clearance Village. Amazing what people had to put up with the clearances back in the 16th century, I think. Can't remember. Anyway, and these poles at the side of the road, they're snow poles. So when it snows, the snow ploughs know where to go, where the road is. That's what they're for, with obviously the red markers at the top. So it gives you some idea of the sort of snowfall they get up here. We don't have snow poles on Orkney because we don't get much snow because of the water around the islands keeps the temperature that bit higher, so we don't get massive amounts of snow. 36 miles to go, 55 miles range left. So 36, 56, so it's just dropped to 19 miles. Range Rover Discovery, who's adamant he wants to overtake me, I can just tell. No? Okay, I'll give you an opportunity, you numpty. Right, here we go, Berrydale. Low gear for 1 mile, 13% decline. So, we're at 18%, 55 miles left. I'm going to use my flappy paddles to control the speed. Remember that, 18 and 55. Half a mile added. Not touching the brakes. Bloke behind is probably getting very hot brakes by now. I've followed cars down here in the past and you can actually smell the brake material, or their clutches, or both. 2 miles range added already. We've harvested back 18% of 57 miles range. 2.7 miles added. 2.9. 3 miles range added. All the way down to sea level, but we are going to go up the other side. 58 miles range added total. Added 3.8, 3.9, 4.1, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, and then now I'm at the bottom. 4.8 miles range added from going down the hill, not using my brakes. 19%, 58 miles on the gasometer, with 34 to go. Bit of a climb up the other side. Now the hairpin used to be just around about here. No, tell a lie. About here. But they took out the hairpin, made it a lot friendlier, less aggressive, because lorries would traditionally get stuck. Nearly losing it. $33 miles to go, 52 left, 19 mile range buffer, 19 miles in hand. Look, Mr. Discovery going flying past me, nearly loses it on a uneven bump, now stuck behind another van. That view on the left, on the right, folks. Wind is certainly picking up. This stream's been going for 5 hours. It's going to be the longest YouTube video I've ever done. But there's 28 people of you watching, and those that have dipped in and out, which is great. But also do something in real time, because I still get accused of making it up or being an EV evangelist. But you know, you can do long trips in a £18,000 3-year-old electric vehicle without having to stop and charge. I've had multiple opportunities today to stop, have a cup of tea or a glass of water, top up, and then be on my way. But to answer all that criticism about EVs not in range, I've decided not to stop and charge, to see if I could do the 305 miles from Abington services to Scrabston to catch my ferry home. And I'm just 31 miles away from doing that very thing, with 50 miles range left in the car. I'm not driving ridiculously slow, I'm keeping up with the flow of traffic, driving as per the road conditions, which as you can see is twisty and it's windy, and we've got traffic the other way, and I'm just enjoying the scenery. I'm just enjoying enjoying the drive. Am I anxious? No. Am I going to be late for my ferry? No. I'm going to be there 3 hours too early. I can hear some of you now. Ah, well, you're not there yet. True. And I am driving into a very strong headwind. But I've done this drive in pure EV vehicles over the last 10 years over 60 times in everything from 50-mile range EVs to Teslas to this with a genuine 300-mile range. Just to recap, 281 miles is what I've done so far today. 281 miles, I've got 49 miles left. That's 330 miles range possible today in an £18,000 electric vehicle. Got to think of a thumbnail for this video when I do the edited version. It's going to take a fair few hours to edit to pick out the good bits. Might just do the beginning, a little bit in the middle, plus the funny bits of me going for a wee, and then do the end. Because if I make it too long, none of the petrol heads will want to watch it. Right, it would be awesome to make it all the way home on this charge, true, and document how much solely fills your battery the next day, true, good idea. I've never tried to do longer journey than at 50 plus miles an hour to see what the effect would be. I usually settle at 70 to 72 on the clock on motorways journeys for gas adjustment. The i3 is brick. True, the i3 is not very good. It's not very good on the motorway and in wind, the i3. It's not very aero at all, but great round town. Super efficient. Yeah, it's true. Now a bit of a hill. The car's gathering speed. I don't want to use any regen. I will do because there's a stop and go board. So I'm going to lose the power. Is it going to